Yo, 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 what up, ladies and gents? What up, what up, what up, what up? So, come on. Come on, baby. Here's a problem. How the fuck do I make this now? Okay, let's do the test. Let's do the test. Oh, 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 it works. Okay. Right. Right, really? Zick, 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 zick. Nice. Ladies and gents, we're gonna do a bunch of shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really... Wait, drag path? Oh, is there like separate song? God damn it. Can we stop cop? Oh, leave. Yeah. It is definito looking interestingito. Okay, people. Holy shit. All right. So, are we serious right now? Okay. What is the plan for today? Okay, legit. Guys. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, it was the video. Okay.
Hold down the button for gathering storm to
Oh,
build
yeah.
up power before dashing through enemies,
Okay.
striking all in your path.
Zuck.
Release the storm.
This idea, like, I mean, this spell looks pretty cool.
Flicker strike is a Flicker strike is a
I'm trying to like
teleporting
look
attack.
into.
If you have power charges, the skill will consume them to teleport to random enemies and strike them in rapid succession.
Right. Wait. Teleports and strikes 2 additional times per power charge. So basically, if you stack up on power charges, so you have to have like a separate engine that generates those power charges, and once they're generated, it just goes like zick, 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 and then you go crazy. I mean, this flicker strike, the spell in itself for AoE stuff, clear, it's pretty cool. The only thing that I'm wondering is the stuff that's gonna come out this patch, like this new league, right? The stuff that's gonna come out then is actually pretty cool, and it's gonna be like quite high end, you know, end game ish. For example, the rituals that are gonna come out, they're like, you know, late versions of, you know, when you progress through the rituals, you do the sort of like quest line version of it, and then you proceed towards the end, towards like the Uber side of it. It's gonna get like really tough because you're gonna get like what, 5-6 map bosses in one ritual that you're gonna have to deal with. So there has to be like a lot of sort of like almost like shotgun type damage. So that is definitely a consideration to have. That maybe overcompensate. Oh. Um. Okay. All right. So today we're gonna do a bunch of research on what we actually want to like in terms of skills, and we're gonna figure out like what we want. And let's look. First of all, let's look at the spells visually. What they do.
Enemies
Okay.
near the target.
Wait, does the video change based on this? No, no, no. It's still the same, right?
Enemies near the target of shattering
Wait.
palm
You
will be
jump
covered
up.
in chunks of ice.
Uh huh.
If an enemy takes enough damage or
Right.
dies, the ice
Right.
will explode.
Wanna be here?
Enemies near
I
the
don't wanna
target
be
of shattering palm will
here.
be covered in chunks of ice. If an enemy takes enough damage
I
or dies,
remember.
the ice will explode.
Okay.
Enemies near the target of shattering palm.
So the idea
will
is
be covered
that
in
dash an
chunks of
enemy in,
ice.
okay. So I
Enemies
see
near
how
the
it visually
target
looks.
of
You like
shattering
dash to
palm
like
will
enemy
be
or
covered
like a
in
bunch of
chunks
enemies,
ice.
and
If
you
an enemy
do
takes
some
enough
shenanigans,
damage
right?
or dies, the ice
And then
will
if they're
explode.
frozen, you can sort of smack them,
Enemies near the
you know, explode them, whatever, causing them to shatter. Dash an enemy and strike them with an attack that manifests a wave of cold. So it's sort of, this could be used sort of like in terms of like cold damage. This could be used to like start the chain of cold damage, I assume. Basically, by you jump to them, you boom, you infect them, you coat them in the cold. Um, will shatter the shards, causing an ice explosion. Yeah, shatter. This spell could be like pretty good, at least in theory, right? The problem, like it's not really the problem, but the goal that I'm like trying to think of and build towards is actually, it's actually gonna be rituals, like obviously regular maps, because I really want to try and farm exceptionals. But then I want to do rituals and I want to do breaches. So there's gonna be a lot of AoE stuff, a lot of like mobs, packs, and that kind of stuff. But just for rituals specifically, there's also gonna be an angle where we're gonna have to deal like with a bunch of like map bosses. So these are like two scenarios that I really want, like I really have to consider, and really have to. Whirling assault. I want to recommend it. Yeah, it has to be
Whirling
here.
assault deals a lot of small hits and can be redirected as you move. It's very effective when combined with skills that trigger off each attack, such as stag.
Oh, the whirling assault is where you do AoE stuff. AoE DPS. So like for big mob packs, reach rituals, and also trigger other stuff to happen with it, right? Like projectile stuff and so on. If that's the case, it sounds like a really good option. What would you do for stronger mobs, like very strong rares, or even map bosses? Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. So we're gonna do like a
Whirling
little bit of
assault
a
deals a lot of small hits and can be redirected as you move.
rat race,
It's
place to
very
place,
effective
adding
when
weight,
combined with skills that
tendencies,
trigger
and
off each attack,
repeating it.
such as staggering
Benefit
palm.
from a shoe with no lace. Take a
Whirling
saber,
assault
the
deals a lot of
grease in
small
it.
hits
I don't
and can be
mind if
redirected
it's
as you move.
lonely. I don't mind
It's
if it's
very effective
fair.
when combined with skills
I
that
don't
trigger off
care,
each
you
attack,
control
such
me.
as staggering
Leave
palm.
me anywhere. I don't wanna
Whirling assault
backslide
deals a lot of
to
small
where it
hits and can
started
be
from.
redirected as you
There's
move.
no chance
It's very
I
effective
will
when
shake
combined with
this
skills that trigger
again.
off each attack,
Oh
such
baby,
as staggering palm.
I love those songs. Yeah, okay,
Whirling
so
assault deals a lot of small hits and can be
so
redirected as you move. It's very effective when combined with skills that trigger off each attack, such as staggering palm. Whirling assault deals a lot of small hits.
Okay,
and can
so
be redirected as you move.
this sounds
Very
like pretty
effective
cool.
when
Whirling
combined with
strikes
skill.
sounds pretty cool. So what do other people use? There's gonna be some people are gonna use like whirling assault with tempest bell, put the bell down, like they're just gonna spin around, like tick 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 tick, like hit the bell a bunch of times, right? Could be not the world you can't see. I don't wanna backslide to where it started from. There's no chance I will say this again. Okay. I mean, someone is recommending. Okay. Okay. Jesus. Can we not do this? Like, I really want to stop coughing. You should let go. I is long. I don't mind if it's fair. I don't care. You control me. Ow! Someone is doing some wolf shenanigans. You just plop down new Tempest bell with a Tetra call, plops down 3 bells and press whirl and wapow. Okay, I'm like checking the Discord channel, like what other people are describing. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you. Yeah. So each boosted whirl does 3 times the damage. Okay, so I think I see where they're getting at. And where they're reaching out on the way home. Be so cold. I've tried again. So O2, martial artist, monk, ascendancy. Yeah. So instead of like doing a bunch of X, Y, and Z, we're gonna look into this because I remember ghostly bells periodically appear near you. This is like above. So is it? Do you have to like actively do it, or is it like? Hollow resonance, what is it? Attaches ghostly bell to your back. Critical hits with other skills will cause the bell to ring out. Critical hits with other skills. So yeah, you just build damage, you just build critical hits, and you just have this. But okay, so I don't really understand how do the AoE triggers work. Like it's an attack, right? But is it an active? Is it like spirit? Is it cooldown time? Oh, you probably activate it, and once you activate it, it puts on your back. That's how it works. Okay, wait. What would be the difference then? Attack persistent. So buff is activated. Attack is something that you activate, and spell is also something that you activate unless you put it in like cast on critical or whatever, right? That's the idea of them. Press bong and hit bells with a big hammer. You can indeed kind of just do whatever. Yeah, I mean it's best to do whatever. There should be plenty of viable single target setup for a main. All right. Then I'ma practice and look into the whirling assault. Okay. So it looks like what we're gonna do. Uh sorry, skill, yeah. Do keep in mind, wait. HOTG feels a little blah. Herald of the, wait, what is HOTG without last duration scaling? Like an order titan, it feels good because the hammer insta drops without near zero. I don't know what the fuck is it, HOTG. Here comes a new night, but I'll send it through. I'll probably jump on the next one.
Thanks
I'm
for the
testing the limits of what a mind can do. I'm keeping my eyelids up no matter what. So beautiful space between painful reminder and a terrible dream. HOTG PoE 2? What the fuck is that? Play out routines in the night sun. Oh, okay. They're having like a separate discussion. Okay, so whirling assault. Let's look into this. Reoccurring keeps coming around, REM cycle, escape night cycle trip. It's reassuring you keep coming around. It's tough to find good company. Yes. So 0.4. Yeah. So we can go to Ninja. Yes. Yes, sir. Consent. Oh yeah, baby. I consent to a lot of things. Builds. Fade of the Val. Akura Cheruda. Search filters. Whirling. Why? How the Oh, you just click on it. Okay. Nice. So, bruh, this guy has vertex. Why? And of Chayula. Okay, so Whirling Assault has more elemental attack damage. You are dazed for 5 seconds. Recurring keeps coming around. Cycle, escape, night cycle, triplets. Wait, if you are dazed, isn't that like bad? I mean, that's probably a downside, right? Overexed. You are dazed. Some skills in dazed that will take more stun build up. So like I'm more likely to be stunned when I'm dazed, but I deal with more critical damage bonus, and it goes with Garakans. And if I remember correctly, Garakans has this sort of like higher chance to actually deal. Yeah, to check Garakans. I think I have Garakans on like another character. Garakans result. Use yourself, which is not already have some condition. Wait, not already have some condition for use. Sort of condition to be met before they can be. Oh, so basically skills that are just like you can click and you're using them, right? So click and you're using them. That's what they're referring to for the most part. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we essentially just take this. Supported skills have a maximum critical chance, but will bifurcate critical hit chance. What does it mean to have maximum critical hit chance? Supported skills have a maximum critical hit chance. Oh, wait. Does that mean that the cap in Path of Exile for criticals is 50%. PoE 2 maximum critical hit chance. Oh no, it's 100%. Okay, so maybe this line is like, I don't know, it's not supposed to be, because like look what it says. Supported skills have a maximum critical hit chance. Like, bruh, every single skill has some sort of maximum critical hit chance. So it should specify like supported critical have like 50%. Otherwise, like this sentence is like useless. It like doesn't mean anything, you know, by itself. Bifurcate. Bifurcate is something. Oh, so O2, what is the chance to critically hit with bifurcation? When the critical hit chance is 50%. Okay, so basically you have 75, like if you get your critical hit chance overall, like on your gear and everything, to 50%, then with bifurcation you basically crit every 3 out of 4 damage instance, or like every 3 out of 4 hits, like 75%. That's what bifurcate, like with bifurcation, that's gonna turn into this. Okay. Okay, I wonder, do people use Garukan's resolve because you don't need to spend a bunch of mods and a bunch of passive points of getting your crit chance like even higher? Wait, no, like I'm so confused. Okay, brave. The intention of me. Settle down, baby. I'm gonna play. Oh yeah. So, why? Okay, build planning. Yo, peeps. Why do people use Garukans? I know it gives bifurcation, but isn't getting your quite achievable? Or gem, or getting it past 50% is usually very hard. Like I legit have no idea. Yo, rogue with Dax, bifurcate rolls that attack twice for crit. Yeah. So I'm aware like what the thing itself does, right? Bifurcation, and essentially if you have like critical hit chance at 50% with bifurcation, your hit will essentially have 75%, like 75% chance to crit, right? Because it's gonna like do 2 separate rolls, and then it's gonna choose the, you know, the better outcome. So that I understand, but like that, my question is getting like crit chance past 50% that much harder, that you'd rather use this support gem? Like I wonder what is the trade-off that people are making, because for example you can, I don't know, use some other support gem that gives like, it's like some kind of damage increase via, you know, whichever vector, and you can get, for example, 275% crit chance on your character from whichever place, right? And in theory, at least, in practice, I don't know. You know, I'm just learning about like making builds and what people do right now, so that I start actually grasping, you know, what's possible and what's not. It's hard. Okay, so somebody mentioned that it's hard if the base is low. So I'm guessing for monks, we might not be able to have like good bases for crit chance. If you get the crit in both rolls, you will crit twice for a single attack, which is... Wait. Okay, I read your sentence a little bit differently. Initially, I thought like, what the fuck, you're gonna do actually two instances of like 2 hit instances, but instead it looks like if you hit both, like if you roll both crits, instead the critical damage bonus is gonna apply twice. So whatever is the increase that's gonna happen because of the critical damage bonus when you crit is gonna be applied, you know, twice as much. Yeah, that is crazy. But I wonder, okay, so critical damage bonus, let's say you have 250% critical damage bonus, right? So instead of, you know, dealing like normal attack, let's say 100, you would deal, like if you crit, you deal 250 because of, you know, 250%. But, or no, wait, no, it's a damage bonus, right? So it's... Wait, I'm actually so confused by the wording. But let's assume if you crit, the critical damage bonus increases your damage by 2.5 times, right? If the critical damage bonus applies twice to the hit, okay? If it applies twice to the hit, does it do 2.5 and then multiplies that, you know, result by 2.5 again, or it just basically multiplies that thing by 5? Which I don't know, like at the whether the end result is actually, you know, different or not. Basically, does it do in 2 separate instances, almost like acting like 2 separate buckets of multiplication, or does it add like let's say 2.5 and 2.5, and turning it into 5, and, you know, let's say crit damage bonus x2. So it's not like it does like, you know, 1 crit damage bonus and increases by a lot, and then that, you know, output of singular critical damage bonus multiply again with that number, right? It will be additive. Okay, that makes sense. Because I was wondering, you know, like whether, you know, that scaling is gonna be like, you know, how it actually works. Yeah, but that's actually like pretty cool. Holy. Okay, so people are using this. Yeah, okay, I see. So it's not just the fact that you're allowing yourself, you know, bifurcation, in a sense that you roll twice and then you choose a better outcome, but also which by default you're gonna aim to have like 50% crit chance, right? But also if you roll both of them, like, you know, if the both of them land successful, you're gonna deal actually way more damage. It's not just that, you know, it's gonna select one successful outcome and apply that. That's actually pretty cool. Wait, if a modifier makes your critical hit chance lucky, that luck will apply individually. Wait, okay. So that last sentence. Yeah, Rogue. Okay, I see what you mean. So say you apply this, right? Critical hit chances are lucky. So not only you have 2 rolls, which kind of like in a way, mechanically speaking, acts as like a lucky roll, but also to to those two different rolls, you give like basically a lucky, you know, I don't know what you call it, like modifier or like function or whatever, but each of the rolls also can be lucky, right? You can apply the luck thing and have like a, I don't remember what is it, uh like wait, sorry for the lucky. Right, I'll have to turn off the white background for this. Lucky things that roll twice. So it's not only that it rolls twice because of the bifurcation. Those two rolls also roll twice each, right? Meaning that it rolls two times for one and two times for the other if you have the lucky thing applied. Essentially making you basically critting almost all the time, at least once. If that's how it works and you can apply that mechanic, because that's how I read the mod, right? The last sentence. If a modifier makes your critical hit chance lucky, that luck will, that's actually like, dude, you can, even with 50% crit chance, because of the bifurcation and that the luck can apply to critical hit chances, you essentially can get almost like, I'd assume like above 80% of success rate per one roll, maybe. Lucky. Is there? Hello? Of damage with it, but this one specifically wants this one critical hit chance lucky. So is there like a critical hit chance that like makes it like a critical hit chance lucky, like somewhere near that you don't have to travel a lot? So that's, or does it only come from items? Chance to evade, chance to deflect. That's not crit, right? Like your, oh, it's because of the name. Okay. 20% of damage. Wait, so isn't there like a passive note somewhere here that like critical hit chance lucky? Or have I selected it and I already have it? I mean, none of them appear to be lit up, it looks like. At least not for me. Okay, so let's see, what are the sources? Go to critical hit chance lucky. Bruh, I'm sorry. No. Let's not do the flashbangs. Oh no. Oh no. No. I'll have to invert the colors or something, because holy shit, that's bright. That was way brighter than my future. Let me tell you that much. So what are the sources for them? Where can we get lucky for critical hit chance? I can't seem to be able to find a passive note on the tree. Maybe like some ascendancies have it. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to find. I don't know. So it's probably not gonna. So why Garukon? So basically, when using Garcon, we don't expect to also have like a ancestor. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Understood. So this is not something that we're gonna have. All right, all right, all right. But yeah, okay, I can see how Garcon can be like insane. To be honest, I don't think we can do anything with the lucky stat. Yeah, I also asked on Discord like real quick, and it looks like other people said that there's like a glove thing. Runes maybe? Like the gaze, what is it called? Gaze, Ulaman's gaze, right? Critical hit chances lucky against paired enemies. So that exists. So in theory, it's like possible to get it, but it's like not for monks, right? We're not gonna do the this thing for monks. All right, whatever, whatever. It's all good. Okay, so plan for today. We are gonna build Whirling Assault. I don't have like endless amount of divines. I have like a little bit, but in this league, 600 and something divines ain't that much. So we probably will have to do with like level 19 gems. I mean, I can just wait. Say I would Whirling. 21. Yeah, twice corrupted. Is there a thing for like the sockets? I think there should be gem sockets. Wait, 5? Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So about 21. What are you league starting with in 0.5? Oh, I really want to start martial artist. Dude, this is the first time that I'm playing monk. I've never played monk before. And to be fair, like, okay, just to give a little bit of a context, I have never really played Path of Exile seriously before Path of Exile 2. Meaning I have like played maybe 2 separate seasons. Like 10 years ago once, and like a few years ago gave it another try, you know, but like never did anything serious, you know. But once PoE 2 came out, I was literally playing every single season. And now I'm like seriously starting to, you know, get into the game like more and more. But up until now, I was always following like build guides. I was always doing the stuff that other people suggested, because I was like, dude, making builds, building characters is so confusing. There's so much info. For now, when I'm starting to play the game, it's just too much. I don't want to get into all of this. It's, you know, it's not the time yet. But now I finally got to the point where I'm like, okay, I want to start learning about this. Because initially I was like following build guides, and I was like, hey, let me just do what other people are doing, and let me try and, you know, clear end game bosses, progress, like make progress through the campaign, reach level 90 above, build, you know, basically acquire some wealth. That was my essentially goal, because for me, one of the most satisfying things about this game is just acquiring wealth. So yeah, that's what I was doing, and now I've really decided to like actually try and build the character and understand how the characters are built, so that I can actually make something happen on my own, which is a really good opportunity, because everyone is going to be, or we will have the opportunity to play the martial artist, and none of us know what martial artist will be able to give us. because we don't know all the ascendancy points. It's gonna be a new thing. Also a bunch of changes for the items, you know, and other stuff like new base types, new mods, new like wars, runes, whatever. So there's gonna be like a lot of stuff, right? And because of that, precisely, I'm like, dude, we have to learn. So yeah, martial artist it is, and I'm freaking excited for it. What about you, Rogue? What do you think of playing this new patch? Are you perhaps like also gonna be a monk connoisseur, or do you plan on doing something different? Like, what do you feel like doing? Because like I don't know, like monk, dude. The moment that I got to the point where I started using this spell, just like the way the lightning looks, it's like brap, and I don't know, oh my god, it's so satisfying to watch some of the spells of monk. It immediately caught my heart, let me tell you that much. I would sell more than my soul for this baby. So yeah, we're definitely gonna look into building this character, and I think I've decided on going for Whirling Assault as like a primary plan to make a build around Whirling Assault, probably Tempest Bells, probably with martial artists, you know, creating like copies, like clones of you that do the same stuff, that also do like Whirling Assault stuff. Make the build around it, and then tweak the build as we go, and as people are figuring out stuff, you know, during the league, and maybe, you know, I'm gonna be able to figure out something. So that's at least like, you know, plan for now. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like it's gonna be pretty cool. Wait, 21. Okay, so 20. Wait, what are the possible outcomes from this? I know that the quality can be higher. I know that it can give another level. But the problem is, if I go 21, it's like it asks for more divine. Yes, I never told you so. In my way, or... Wait, isn't it like really easy to just make those things? Isn't it like actually just like quite easy to make these things?
I'll post it right away.
I'm going for Titan with Whirling Assault, then make a build with a new unique shield. Ooh, you're gonna go for the Captain America? Holy. Going for Titan. Titan is a warrior, right? I also have never played Titan, so I have no idea, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a warrior? Or is it another class? Yeah, but that unique, when they showcased it, right, that looks really good, actually. Wait, so... Yeah, shield looks so... Dude, 100%. 100%. Okay. Is this gonna be enough? Wait, how much are perfect? Titan is a warrior ascendancy. Okay, yeah, okay. Makes sense. I just like know very little about the, you know, about the classes and all these different things that, like, dude, if I'm gonna say something completely retarded and, like, you know, you're gonna hear a bunch of words come out of my mouth and it's like, dude, who the fuck is this bimbo? You know, no wonder. I understand jack shit about the game. Like, a lot of this stuff is just new for me, so... So, Omen of Corruption. We won't have it for... Wait, why am I writing... we won't have it in the next league, but for now we can use it as sort of like getting easier. But in theory, okay, we're gonna use this, right? We'll want to valid. Oh, wait, dude, I just realized. So gems are gonna be harder to get the desired outcome because there's gonna be no omen of corruption. So it's not just that battling, like, you know, gear pieces is gonna be harder. And also, we will need to use divines if we care about the rolls of the stats, or we are battling for the purpose of, you know, getting past the highest values of the modules. But it's also going to affect the skill jumps because there's going to be, you know, additional outcome, which is essentially no change, which means that there's going to be way more jumps that, you know, that don't have the outcome that we look for. So even getting the jumps is going to be a little bit harder. Okay. I'm actually, so, okay. On one hand, this kind of change where it's like, ooh, you know, battling is going to be harder. Like, ooh, doo-doo. But, like, I don't really mind it. I don't mind them making some of the things harder to achieve or get. Because this way the progression is not so instant. And I understand that it's quote-unquote artificial. Oh, we had the axis and now they're like, nah, you know, actually now we're gonna remove this thing, so you're gonna have like a harder time getting the desired outcomes, you know, via valing. But it's like, I don't know, you know, artificially inducing, like, you know, how fast you're gonna get to the end game and gonna reach so-called like the end state, or how hard it is gonna be to make the best in slot items. I actually don't mind that. I really don't. And this league, I really look forward to getting my first mirror. I haven't had a mirror yet, which is like in itself, like, having mirror is like, it's whatever. Like, I don't care about mirror for having, you know, the mirror's sake. I care more about being able to understand the market, to craft items, to make profits in a way so that I can, you know, relatively quickly get to the amount of bank made, to the point that it would result in, you know, having a value of a mirror or even higher, like surpassing that. That's what I really want to get to. So, okay. If we're sorry. If we're looking for Whirling Assault, right? So we're valing for like the higher level, so for level 21, and also quality increase, right? Or quality increase. I mean, this is a meaningful change because it's more attack speed. Yeah, more attack speed is, it seems like, you know, a relevant thing. 21. Nice. Okay, I'll keep this one for now. I'll keep this one for now. But yeah, dude, also, yeah, it's worth remembering that early into the league, you know, getting level 20 skill jumps is going to be a little bit rough, you know, and expensive. But instead, what we can do is getting level 19s and valing them. And then hopefully getting level 20 that way. Which is pretty cool. Okay, so for the warrior, Whirling Assault, we're going to... Okay. So, what is the consensus with monks in terms of what we want to use? I So let's look at this. Garcon, Rakiatas, Rigwalds. Wait, so Rigwald's ferocity, right? I'm assuming this is gonna be on the second weapon set, because you probably care more about the damage rather than attack speed, or Wait, is there a way to check on Poe Ninja, like on which weapon set they have it? Like, is it the first one or the second one? Okay, so that's one, right? There's another build. Garcon's elemental. So these two seem to be somewhat like the same. But then these three are different, completely different. Okay. This one, kind of the same, because Garcon's Wriggles, Rakata, and Overextend. So it's the same with this one, except that it has elemental armament instead of the other one. Okay, and what about this one? Whirling Assault, Overextend, Ataluis. Damn, so there's like quite a bit of a variation of what other people are building. Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, actually like different people are doing like quite different things, which is pretty cool. So there's definitely, okay, let me see. I think I should have Rakiatas and I think I have on this character on one of the spells. So yeah, I have Rakiatas. Oh no, Garikans, I won't have it. I could in theory earn. Nah, but I don't have my own temple set up. And it would probably take like a long time. 747. Yeah. Currently, it costs way more than I have. This is one of the best crafts that I was able to do. You know, that were like self-sufficient, or rather self-made. But even then, look, one dead mod. Kind of a dead mod, right? And then 2 tier 2 mods. But still like pretty good. I was getting really close to having like tier 1 stuff. And I even had like one wand where I had like 5 tier 1 mods that I sold. They're apparently making essence crafting. What the fuck is this music? Hello? Can we not? Okay, we're gonna chill a little bit with the music. They're apparently making essence crafting much restrictive. Now you can only use one essence only per item. Wait. Do you mean to say that, okay, if I take the essence, I didn't see, it's probably one of the newest patch notes, right? Or even in the big reveal, right? So you mean to say, if I use perfect essence of opulence, for example, on gloves or whatever, then the game will know that the essence is already applied there, and you can no longer use the other essence? Or like, how is it gonna work then? Like, sort of like quote unquote marks the item internally, that is like, oh, the essence was used, that's it, so that you cannot cycle back and forth? Or because like in theory you can use like, with the new guaranteed modifier, so in theory you can use like 2 different essences and have both of the effects present on the, like, plus yeah, plus attack skills and like onslaught, right? So now you're not gonna be able to have both effects, and you're only gonna have one of them. It marks the modifiers as crafted, and you can have only one. Fuck me. My coughing. With my coughing, I'm gonna end up in a coffin. Okay, I sit in a brothel. It becomes somewhat exhausting. I don't know if I often. Motherfuckers know that I'm rocking. rocking the papers and scissors. Motherfucker wanna drink the liquor. What? Sorry. Um. Yeah. Okay. That is actually a really interesting change, but also I would say it's pretty cool. So they're actually making the end game gear, like the stuff that you can achieve late game, like it's gonna take time. It's gonna take way more resources and time. And the mid game stuff is not gonna be like, oh, you grab a couple of essences, you hit 2 or 3 lucky mods, and all of a sudden you can basically craft a really, 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 really strong end Jesus end game gear, or like, you know, weapon or something. That's pretty cool, actually. I don't know if like how harder it's gonna be, but the way that, you know, what I'm finding out so far about the, you know, the changes that they're gonna make, it seems you're bummed. I mean, it definitely like puts a little bit more friction and reduces the average power level of the items that we're gonna craft. Yeah, it puts like average power level of the item a little bit lower, because you're gonna have like less deterministically desired things that you can get or you can put on your gear, which, you know, it's gonna be a little bit more of an RNG fest than it was, for example, this league. But I don't know. I generally don't know. Like, I personally don't mind. Like, I can see why other people would prefer, you know, to have like a bunch of essences that they could use on the gear. But for me personally, like, I wouldn't mind that much.
I will make use of this.
But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, dude. I'm so excited actually about this patch. Like, I'm so excited. I really want to, like, the content, the challenge, oh my god. And, you know, equipped with like more knowledge than I ever had. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm definitely gonna be racing with other people. I'm obviously not gonna be the first one or anything, but I'll be. SF guys will suffer the most. Yeah, that is true. Because yeah, 100%. Like, this is probably gonna be the biggest effect. Because for others, I don't know, you can, okay, farm it up a little bit, then selectively buy something that you're looking for. But to be fair, it's like, it's gonna be an interesting change. So the way that so for example, in this league, Fate of the Val, right? Let's say that this wand that I have was really valuable on the day 21, for example. It wasn't the most expensive because there were already like mirror tier items, you know, by that point. But on day 21, this kind of wand is like really, really good. Let's assume, right? I don't know exactly, you know, the time points when this type of item is like really good, and then it's like, oh, there's more and more on the market. But let's assume on day 21. Now, this type of item on day 21 would be insane to have, and will hold relatively the same amount of value or power later into the game. So like, the amount of farming, the amount of acquiring, the amount of attempts and everything that we're gonna have to make in order to acquire some of the things that we were able to acquire this league, gonna be more. And that's like, because of that, I feel like there's gonna be more sense of progression, more sense of challenge, and thus the league, the what do you call it, not like playability, but the, you know, how long people want to play is gonna be longer, because it's like there's gonna be more stuff to strive for, and it's gonna take more effort. But I don't know, maybe the reaction from the community is gonna be, you know, different. Maybe people are, you know, like a little bit more averse to the effort that they are gonna be required to put in comparison to this league, for example. So I don't know. It's definitely gonna be like really interesting to see. Now we're so done to the good old days. I used to sleep, but now fuck me. My throat is killing me. We're gonna do this efficiently. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, it goes to the gem. Yeah. That's where Rakiat is. Wait, don't I have like Garakans here? Please. Did I sell it? I don't have it. Or do I? No, it's Dominus. Yeah. Sadly, I don't have Garakans. I will not be able to test it out. Oh, to the good old days. Souls of Fire, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well and you're having an amazing day. Or not, I don't know. Maybe you prefer having a mid kind of day, you know? So dude, I really I seem chill. I might be chill, but I'm coughing way too much. What the fuck is this shit? Dude, for the last 3 weeks or so, I'm having this cough. And it has nothing to do with the cold or anything. Fuck this shit. Acid reflux or whatever you call it irritates the throat, and I basically never have it. But recently, for the last few weeks, I'm having it, and it's just constant, and it just doesn't go away. Holy shit. But hey, there's nothing that the 0.5 league is not gonna be able to fix. My marriage, or my imaginary marriage, imaginary relationships, solved. Life choices, desire for anything in life, league, yes. Everything. Apple cider vinegar. So that, yeah, I heard about it. Like the people, like some of the people use it for like acid reflux, but also I don't know if it's like okay because the throat in itself is like, I don't know, irritated, maybe sensitive or whatever. Won't it be like if I'm gonna be drinking like water mixed with apple cider vinegar that it's gonna actually like irritate even more? But who knows? Maybe actually I should try. But anyways, so yo, Souls of Fire, are you gonna play Path of Exile? Are you Path of Exile enjoyer? Is that what I'm getting? Is that the vibes that I'm feeling out right now? Or it's not bad, it should help? Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. To be honest, I actually purchased apple cider vinegar for this purpose. I just haven't used it yet. So I probably should. Maybe my concerns were, you know, unnecessary. All right, so you're gonna play Path of Exile. What do you think of playing in the new league? What is the plan? Like, what is the plan for the new league? Do you like plan on, I don't know, what do you, just in general, what do you like doing in Path of Exile? Like bad habits. Wait, this song did. Play out routines in the night. Some doors I stay up, spray painting and while the world's just, I walk around and stay through the memories, the halls in my head. Eyeing an abyssal lich. Ooh, baby, that's nice. I think I have played lich once. Have I? I think so. Here comes a new night, but I'll send it through. I'll probably jump on the next one. I'm just in the limits of what a mind can do. Dude, this song is so good. Very tasty. But yeah, wait, Abyssal Lich. Do people use Abyssal Lich for dot builds like ED Contagion, totems, and that kind of stuff? Because I think I played it once with this particular type of like, I don't know, build archetype or whatever you call it. But I can't remember if I actually played it. Not 100% sure yet, but we'll get all the official league starts in a few days. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Rogue. You gotta go now? Alright, hey. Have a good day or a good night. Actually, I have no idea where y'all guys are from. If you're okay with it, let me know where y'all are from. I'm really like curious because I have no, I mean, how would I know, right? How would I know? But yeah. You can send me it. What is it that you're referring to? You mean the build or something else? And by the way, Rogue Dax, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. I want to join the love. Come on. Yeah, the build. I'm not sure if you can post the links into it, but can you try it so that I can see like if you can actually do that in the first place? Let me see if I can actually. Oh yeah, okay, so night, but I'll send it through. Entangle thrashing. Wait, is it gonna be like kind of a planned build? Is that what I'm seeing? Gonna be. We start one act entangle. Yeah, so I guess that the league start for a lot of like lich witch kind of builds are like ED contagion because that just works and it's confirmed to work. But it's plans, but it's an alternative version. Okay, so how is it different? Like, I have no clue about the plans, so I have no idea what that is or like how it works. So like, what's different about this one? Because I'm like actually doo-doo at builds. Check out the vid. Okay. You also want me to check the vid. Okay, let me see. It's by Dead Rabbit. But I don't want to see animal cruelty. I don't want to see dead rabbits.
Good morning. With
Whoa. Calm down. Please. Don't kill rabbits.
Path of Exile 2's 0.5 league being only a few days away and everyone
hyper-focused
types, the plant-based spellcaster next to ED Contagion to me still is one of the absolute best when it comes to purely.
Ooh, I have the premium. Yeah, I like the premium. Come on, baby.
Will mainly cover all the nuances of the endgame.
I have no idea why the quality is not good, but
versions of this build. Next up, I will also.
Wait, is there like exploding corpses or something like that? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Huh?
Post a full video.
Guys, it looks like there's a bunch of stuff that. Or no, it's probably plants, right? It's probably plants, but like reskinned, remodeled, whatever.
From level 1.
Because I can see like it has like these sort of like vines or whatever, tracks, whatever you want to call it, right?
15 maps. So if you want to get that and future videos of mine
Zombies,
right away,
which I become.
following my Twitch channel, which will also be linked down below.
Yeah, so you place this thing like this circle, sigil of power, I think it's called. You like power yourself up.
A plant-based abyssal lich in hardcore SSL. Defensive layers apart from the
right
in the beginning
and exploding. Okay, so you curse You deal damage, plants, and then like skadoosh. Okay. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe at some point I'm also gonna try something plant related, but yeah, this league I definitely want to try the monk out. This is like the first time that I'm trying it. Yo, Marley, what up? How's it going? How are you doing? Yo, it seems interesting and it'll be less meta, so all the gear won't be immediately pricey. Yeah, that's probably like one of those things. Dude, I kind of envy people who know how to make builds, because you can just like choose the vein or the archetype that's like not meta, that's not popular, still make it work, still make it like OP, Giga Strong, whatever. And the competition is not so fierce, like economically speaking. The market is not like at such a high demand for certain items, so it's like not overpriced, you know? So that's pretty cool. You're definitely gonna blast Martial Monk. Yes sir, yes sir. Come on, come on, come on. Yes sir, we found another one. We found another one. Dude, I want to play Martial Monk as well. Yeah, Martial Monk is just gonna be like, I mean, the ascendancy itself, I don't know how good it's gonna be. It seems really good. Although I know jack shit about the builds, I don't know how to even construct the builds. I'm like looking at this right here, and I have no idea. Like, I have no idea, you know, I don't know a single support gem, but I just followed, you know, some guides or whatever, and it works. But by myself, I wouldn't be able to just put things or put the build together from the memory or from like, you know, conceptually understanding stuff. So yeah, I'm learning right now. Martial Monk was actually my guess for what they were going to release. God damn, we have a Doctor Strange over here, Doctor Strange time, whatever. You know, the thing with clocks, travel, time, good stuff, future. Yeah, you get the idea. Nice. So what is your plan? Like for the league start, are you gonna like, how do you like to play Path of Exile in general? What do you focus on? Is there like a specific league that you want to play? Are you like hideout warrioring? Are you like SSF? Like, what is the play style? Because 100% monk and ranger gear is going to be insanely sought after. Yeah, that is one of those things where, yeah, there's probably gonna be like a lot of demand, and especially when people are gonna figure out the combos of the gloves. That's where probably like there's probably gonna be like a window of time where a bunch of people will be able to find like awesome combos for potential builds, figure that out, get like best mods, best, you know, whatever, best combinations of mods, start using them, and then be like, okay, you're gonna sell on the market for like a bunch of divs, and it's gonna look like, oh, the gloves have gain 5 life per enemy hit with attacks. It's like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And then when you put the gloves on, they transform in like, oh, the gloves become Exodia. Okay. So yeah, I thought they were gonna drop swords with it though. Yeah, I mean, as far as I remember, like there were a bunch of people who were like kind of debated by the reveals. Like when they showed them, what was it, like stuff leading to the breach, like the purple katana or sword looking thing, and I think it was like part of the breach theme or a breach thing. That's where people thought like, oh my god, it's swords confirmed, but it wasn't him. I'm probably gonna leak Stark Quarters out to just blast campaign. Then I'm gonna try Martial Monk, Spear, and Unarmed. The combo charges seem insane, dude. Hopefully I'm gonna learn enough about skills. What I'm actually like am trying to do right now, besides all the yapping, is actually figure out how the build works. I want to try and make a build around Whirling Assault and potentially, yeah, so Whirling Assault, bells, and a bunch of stuff that triggers with Whirling Assault. make a build around that, because like when we're gonna get to play with the martial artists, right, there's also gonna be like ascendancy or something where you can channel like the copies of yourself and they do the stuff, like they do the attacks, the skills. So if I'm not mistaken, that's supposed to work like pretty well with Whirling Assault. So I want to figure out this type of build, what works with it, how to make it work, and how to like, you know, make the progression towards it, and how to implement it as early as possible and make it like really strong. Yeah. So we're gonna do like a bunch of testing, a bunch of reading, because dude, imagine this. I open up the tooltip, right? I open up this tooltip, I look at all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, there's critical hit chance 10%. Is it good? Is it bad? I have no freaking idea. I have no relative understanding about like what's good and bad. All I know is look at the mods, and if it's tier 1, good. You want tier 1 everywhere, and you don't want shitty mods. That's the depth of my understanding of this game. So yeah. Also, you're probably not getting nerfed if you're playing plants. That is to be fair, I don't know. I don't really understand like sometimes how they decide on what to nerf and what not to nerf. Like there does not seem to be like a very obvious thing, because based on the reaction of the community, sometimes the nerfs are such that people are like, wait, what the fuck? Why were you nerfing this? It's like, it didn't seem to be like that OP, and you nerfed it, and it's like, now nobody wants to use it. So I was generally thinking sword monk, like a sword dancer. Bruh, imagine sword dancer, but in the strip club. So instead of dancing around the pole, you dance around the sword, but like you're doing it while levitating. Yes, sir. That's what I would do, at least. I don't know. The new Holy Spear looks brutal. I want it. Wait, Holy Spear. Is it the unique or the spell, or is it something else? I'm asking because I generally have no idea. Hey, come on. You would bat an eye on it, at least, you know, for a second. Like, you know, you're walking by, you're like, all right, you know, do the nod and just continue walking. Like, you know, unique. Oh, okay. It's actually unique. Yeah, bro. There's just so much information for me to make sense of all of this. Okay. I would love to be able to make the build, and we're gonna do... Hey! Oh, it's in the gems tab. I keep on forgetting. So, is there armament? No, but there's Rakiata's Flow. So we're gonna use Rakiata's Flow. It makes you fly into the sky off screen and slam down. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that thing is actually, I mean, it looks nice. I wonder how it's gonna like actually be, you know, if it's gonna be like really good or not. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. That shit looks nasty. Okay. So, I'm trying to Whirling Assault. So I saw a bunch of people use Overextend and Elemental Armament too. I'm navigating my head. Overextend and Armament, yeah. Why not 3 though? Supported skills deal 25% more elemental attack damage. Okay, that makes sense. Cannot inflict them. Oh, so it's... Nah, this is like too complicated for me. So we're gonna use this. By the way, does it matter in terms of like in terms of sequence, like which thing you're using first, for example? Because I think in PoE 1 there's such a thing where like it says like, oh, if you like put the jump first, then you know it like starts the chain and it does the first effect and then you do the second. With like PoE 2, I don't think they matter, right? There's no like sort of like a sequence or something. If you hover over the skill you want to use, it'll give you every type of thing it scales with. Okay, so with this, right? In terms of scale, okay, the way that I understand it, right? I look at this and I see that it has like attack speed scaling, attack damage scaling, it has AoE stuff, it is melee, it is strike, or you does whatever strike things, and it is an attack. So every effect that are like, oh, increase attack speed, increase attack damage, increase attack duration, or like improve attack duration, increase AoE, increase melee damage if there's such a mod, for example. These things would scale, right? That's the specific scaling terminology. So for example, okay, so I see strike, right? AoE kind of makes sense. You go, for example, here, and area of or like there's, yeah, like area of effect. But let's pretend like it's not about the presence, but like increased area of effect, just like, you know, how big the radius is. So I know such things exist, but what about the strike? What the fuck does the strike do? That's culling strike. +4 to melee strike range. Yeah, because since I never played melee stuff, or I never played monks or anything warrior related, increased and more are also very different in PoE. Yeah, that part I'm a little bit aware of, but not entirely sure in terms of like impact, like how different are we talking, you know? That kind of stuff I don't really know. But okay, strike. So could you give me an example of like a passive node? The way that I could scale the strike part of this spell, or of this skill, sorry, not spell, of this attack, right? Like, what is a good passive node if there's one that I could like improve the strike part of it, or improve through the strike part of the skill? Because I'm like looking into stuff, and what I've read so far, like maybe this one, because like I don't understand exactly, like +4 to melee strike range. No, but this applies to the melee part. Strike range, it probably means just like the damage, like the deal, like at which range you're dealing damage. Find a support skill that interacts with one of the skill tags. Okay, that's actually a good idea. Actually a really good idea. So strike. It's two pools. Increased is the one that stacks massively but doesn't increase your DPS massively. So get a 4. No, that's your number. Oh, so increased, I know that like increased, there's like increased spell damage, increased attack damage, that kind of stuff. So it's different from the flat. There's like add the flat physical damage, and there's like increased physical damage that scales the flat value of a weapon, for example, and then it like multiplies by that percentage or whatever. Yeah, so 20% more on for. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So it like it scales in steps. So it does like the flat thing, or like it does, I guess, flat thing, then conversion, then increase, then more, then maybe some other scalars, and then you get the final output. So since more is like a separate multiplier, you can get a bunch of percentages there, and then you multiply everything with the more, right? Yeah, I see what you mean. So the more that you get from, you know, the previous stuff, then the more damage gain or whatever, or extra, yeah, as you're saying, is gonna like scale even more. Okay. Okay, question for you guys. So I see a support that says attack melee strike. Dude, it's so confusing for me. So just because it has strike tag, that doesn't mean it's gonna improve damage of my whirling assault, right? Because this one is like in an attack pattern. Final strike is the last one. Yeah. Yeah, like you can hover over like different parts of the thing. Yeah, thank you for the tip, by the way. Thanks, by the way, for like enlightening me on like different things. Like I'm really looking forward to learn as much as I can. Yeah, so this is really helpful. You get increased to make more. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Whirling Assault doesn't have a multi-stage attack, I don't think. It's just, yeah, so the way that I understand Whirling Strike is that it's like, it's basically, it's almost like a challenging or challenging. It behaves as if it's a channeling thing, except it's not like a channeling which you're like holding and channeling, but like the performance aspect of it is like you do like multiple instances. You're like DPS, 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 except that you don't actually have to, I don't know. Yeah, it performs this like 1 or 2 seconds of, you know, a bunch of like instances of damages, I guess you could say, in the channeling type way. Yeah, you click once and it does it, instead of like Incinerate, where you're like, you click the mouse and you hold and it's like, and then you like release and it like goes away because you were channeling and now you no longer are. Yeah, it's a lot to wrap your head around. Oh, 100%. Imagine having 6 of those in the update. Dude, that's exactly what I'm trying to get to. Dude, no. But seriously, the builds that we can actually potentially build with a martial artist, it looks sick. So yeah, so a strike is a melee attack that directly hits with weapons or body parts. So what that means is basically this, it's a strike because it uses a weapon to hit the enemy, right? That's why it's called strike, because it is using a weapon to do the damage. It's not like Stormwave, where you like release a bunch of lightning and then lightning does the impact. In this case, instead you're like doing the impact with the weapon, so to speak. Yeah, watch the demonstration. Yeah, I was looking into it. That's how I decided that I probably want to try the Whirling Assault, because I was like, bruh, it looks like you can build a bunch of good stuff with this. So yeah, so that's why precisely I wanted to do it. Well, yeah, this is like, oof. That final strike support gem support skills that you can click 3 times in quick succession, and the third click is boosted. Oh, so it's basically, it's almost like a combo thing, but combo not a PoE sense where you generate combos, but rather combo as in like sequence of actions, like one hit, like left hook, right hook, and then uppercut. And if the uppercut is the last action of your sequence, that uppercut will be empowered because it's a final strike, and final strike supports that, you know, like the last, you know, boom, the last action of the spell, so to speak. Sequence. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Question for you: how do you get beyond 2 sockets on gear? Beyond 2 sockets on gear. So you do the exceptional stuff. You just reminded me. I think 2 leagues ago, I dropped this item. If I recall correctly. Okay, these are wait, where's the corrupted? I don't. Yeah, this is no. Yeah, so this is what I dropped this item, and I dropped one of the boots with, like, you know, the amount, like the maximum amount of sockets that it would have, and I also dropped slip strike body armor with like 30 quality, I believe. Yeah, I was having a go at exceptional farming with like -50 negative rare or negative rarity, you know, having -50. Ooh, that was some juicy loot. Yes, exceptional gear comes with 2 sockets and can get another added, and can be corrupted for another. Wait, so can you in theory have 4? So let's remove this. Let's remove this. So 2 is the natural limit. Exceptional is a like a limit of 3, and then via corruption you can get 4. And if you corrupt and get a socket, you no longer can do the twice corrupt for the same outcome. You're only twice corrupting for a different thing, right? For like a stat increase, for implicit mod or whatever. Dude, that is crazy. Okay, Marley, I genuinely think that this is not, I don't know why. Maybe I'm completely coping right now, but I think that double, like when you double corrupt, you cannot get the boost of the same type of thing. Or am I tripping? Am I actually wrong on this? For whatever reason, I genuinely believe that when you're twice corrupting, you are corrupting for a different thing. Like if you get, for example, like if you roll stats on the first corruption, on the second corruption you cannot roll the stats again. Then you go for the outcome of like implicit mod or like the socket. That's super meta crafting at this point. That is true. But also, this league, Fate of the Val, you're a nerd, but not out of Afghan. Hey, listen, dude. This league, this upcoming league, 0.5, we're gonna surpass all the fubbies, all the gunnies, all the gooners. Okay, come on, we can do this. Come on, 100%, bruh. This league, Fate of the Val, I was playing Blood Mage, and I almost crafted a perfect wand, but not perfect in terms of value rolls, but in terms of mods. Tier 1 mods, and all the mods being good. Like, increase spell damage, gain as extra, +4 to all spell skills, critical hit chance, I believe, and cast speed. So, oof. Yeah, I was finally getting to the point where I was starting to craft like big boy items. Dude, I really enjoy crafting for whatever reason. I don't know. Like, probably more so than doing stuff in maps. Yeah, I just like, you know, going through the process, figuring out what to craft, how to craft, and then crafting, and finally having this like juicy horse meat type of item, you know, and you're like, and you just want to suck it up. how much do I aspire to make this league? I mean, I have never had a mirror, so I would want to make mirror plus. I mean, in terms of value, maybe I had mirror and a little bit over a mirror. You know, in terms of like gear, like, oh, body caused this, helm caused that, one caused this, and my full gear maybe in total cost more than a mirror. That's probably possible that at some point when I was playing this league, it was worth more than a mirror. But I didn't have like wealth acquired in the form of currency that was liquid that I could use for something, or like in a singular item that I was gonna sell off, you know. So I would genuinely love to surpass the one mirror in terms of wealth that's liquid, or that I can sell and, you know, do something. But I think it's also possible, if I'm gonna do relatively well, to go into multiple mirrors range. You would love to be a hideout warrior, but I have no knowledge. I can relate to you because relatively not too long ago, I kind of felt the same way, and I was struggling with a lot of stuff. Like, I was struggling to make like basic crafts. And yeah, and now I feel comfortable like figuring out any kind of craft. It's like, oh, we want to make abyss quarterstaff. Okay, let's figure out what kind of quarterstaff we want to have, and then, you know, then how to craft it. What's the process? Do we want to use like omens? What type of omens? Should we like which one, like which thing should we fracture? After fracturing, like chaos rolling, which stat are we looking for? Because, you know, depending after fracture which mod you get as the second mod, you know, then the rest of the crafting steps can change. Because if you get like a, you know, for example, I don't know, like for example flat physical damage, like hypothetically speaking, if you get like tier 1 physical damage, but it might require item level 70 something, so you can no longer use whirls, and it's very easy to hit bad mods of higher item level that you don't need, and you are no longer able to whittle them off or something like that, right? So then it's like, then you have to figure out, okay, what's the first mod that I'm gonna look for? What's the second one? Also the crafting costs. Based on the mod weights, you might be thinking like, okay, if the weight is very very low, maybe I should not leave it for the last step, but I should go for that as a first mod, which is usually, for example, when you craft bows, you either go for critical hit chance, I believe, or like for increased physical damage, because they have like very tiny like tier 1 mod of those two particular mods is like a very low weighting. So if you would leave it for last and you would try to whittle into them, you would literally spend mirrors upon mirrors upon mirrors upon mirrors to eventually, like on average, hit that mod. So you have to start first, because that's usually the cheapest way, as far as I remember, if I remember correctly. So yeah, dude, if you want to learn to craft, if there's something that you don't understand, feel free to like share that. Maybe, just maybe, I will be able to like share some knowledge, or I could show some, you know, some of the steps, some of the process. I will for sure not know everything like 100%, but there's a little bit of stuff that I somewhat understand, you know. So maybe I will be able to help you out. You have 3 mirrors in the stash, dude. Come on, it's a brokies club right here. Why are you flexing your icy wrists and the drips and the veins and the veneers, like doing gang stuff? Like, come on, dude. Just let us live in peace. And you dropped one. Were you the temple gooner? Were you the temple gooner where you had like, you know, the mamba snake and of like 77 rooms? Oh, others were giga sales. Okay, Do you like Hideout Warrior at least to some degree? Yo, Damien, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Your homie got like a week late or so into a new season. I feel like there's an ending to it. He did like one map, dude finds the headhunter belt. I think it was called, yeah, this one. Yep. This early into the game or early into your character progression, finding headhunter. Oh, dude, you just reminded me. I just remembered. Holy shit. Oh. Yo. Yeah, finding headhunter at that stage of the game is actually insane. Dude, Demon, you actually reminded me. Literally PoE 2 first season. This was like, you know, the first season, obviously the first time playing PoE 2, but it was like also like I wasn't, you know, a seasoned player of PoE or anything. I didn't have like much PoE experience prior to that. And I remember I was like level 70 something. I was like level 70 something. I was in level 72 zone if I remember correctly. I remember like I'm clearing the map. Boom. Unique drop. It's a heavy belt. And I'm like, wait. Even with my limited knowledge of PoE and like, you know, barely any hours played PoE, I was like, wait. Could it be that there's like, this is the belt that like people value in the game? Is that the thing? And I look and it's Headhunter, you know? It shows that as a heavy belt, but I hover over it and it's like, boom, yeah, it's the skulls. And I'm like, dude, no way, is that the thing? And I remember posting that I'm selling it because I was like, okay, let's liquidate. I wanted to upgrade my gear in different ways. Probably that was stupid. Probably having Headhunter was just way better. But, you know, whatever. I decided to sell it. And I remember posting, like, you know, writing in the global chat, like, oh, I'm selling this, I'm selling that. And in that moment, people were offering me PayPal dollars for it. Like, it was that stage of the game. It was like the first week or so or something, you know? Dude, I was like so giga spoon, man. Holy shit. To be fair, I only played two tunes this league. Usually I spend all my damn playtime running new theories through campaign. Oh, okay. Okay, so you like the theory craft and like crafting your own builds and that kind of stuff? You spam reliquary keys for 3 hours and got one. God damn it, you lucky bastard. Come on, baby. But yeah, I don't think I've ever got anything good from reliquary keys. But it's not like I've opened many of them. I had a bunch, but like not a lot. We're dirt cheap early. God damn. Okay. Marley with the tech. Okay. I see. So, Marley, what were your giga sales this league that you were able to like make mirrors of? Were you crafting a bunch of stuff or like were you crafting to then sell and make profits and make bank, or were you like, did you just craft some stuff for yourself and then you sold it off, or like how did that happen? Hundreds of keys. Holy shit. God damn. You had an insane flat fizz and cold talisman with max crit and force. Are you shitting on me right now? Are you disrespecting us? The community? The people? The people of the people? Dude, how the fuck do you get that? Wait, did you like... did you drop the exceptional? Or like... because it was exceptional initially, right? Did you like craft it from the ground up, or like what was the process with that item, I wonder? Did you drop it? Did you buy it? Did you get it like at the normal state, magic, or like how did that thing go for you? Exceptional base. And did you drop? So if you dropped it, was, yeah, exceptional base, then it was white. Dude, but I can imagine cold talent. You unironically put an alk on it. It's retarded. But also, you can randomly, you know, hit and then be like, ha ha, ha, I just hit a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, in theory, you can put alk on any kind of item, even exceptional. The only issue is that on average, like 99.999 probably percent of the time, you're then gonna annul it down to 0 mods most of the time, because it's a fucking alk. So it's like, yes, it's possible to hit, but it's so unlikely that, you know. But yeah, you can definitely do that, but it's probably more cost efficient to just start with perfect transmute and perfect og. Yo, Mel, we trust. What up, what up, what up? How's it going? You re-downloaded PoE. Wait. People, are y'all hearing this on Twitch? People on YouTube, if y'all are watching on YouTube, you can also tune in on Twitch if you want to hear music in the background. If you prefer like plain background, it's completely fine, but if you want to hear music in the background, you can also tune in on Twitch. So, because this is a banger. It's sad, but it's banger, the song. What is on the line now? I can fight this time now. I can feel a light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Let me over. Did I cross the line? Take a seat, but I'd rather you not be here for. Bruh, this song is so good. Goddamn. Twitch long ass ads. You know what? Twitch, you know what? With you and your fucking ads. I'm gonna die. Dude, I spit and I start coughing. What the fuck is this? Because what is on the line now? I can fight this time now. Yeah, lay the king, bruh. I wish my throat wouldn't be deep throating me right now. Dude, this fucking irritation that it tickles constantly and I cannot. First of all, I'm not even like a good singer. I'm like very intermediate or very average-ish. So like it's not the greatest singing most of the time. So that doesn't help. And on top of that, I'm fucking fighting for my life. Above average though. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, so sometimes I sing and it's like, dude, what the fuck? You're off pitch. You can't even hit the notes or whatever. But there are some songs where I can like hit the pitches correctly and stuff, and then it sounds actually decent. So, you know, it's like, you know, hit or miss. It's very like, it's almost like dropping a, I would say, greater exalt on your gear. Sometimes you're gonna hit, but sometimes it's gonna be one of the lowest rolls. And, you know, on top of that, it can be like gain 5 mana on kill. So it's like, fuck you. Yeah. But yeah. So, by the way, Lay, what's up? What's up? How are you doing? How's it going for you? T1 Fizz on all can fracture. Are you shitting on us once again? So, okay, let's get this straight. Let's talk about this. You drop exceptional. You didn't buy it, right? You drop exceptional. All right. You're spooned. Okay. You know, son of Trump or Elon Musk or whatever. Okay. Rich get richer. Cool. We're not going to say anything. Then you Alk. Then you hit the mod T1. And then you what? You don't even annul anything. You don't want to risk it. And then you throw a random fracture at it. And you hit the T1 flat fizz. Am I correct, sir? Should I time you out for like the next 2 weeks or... Oh, wait. Wait, let me see. Marley was saying like, basically I was asking what kind of items he was able to make throughout the league and sell, because he said she, I think it's he, right? Marley said that he was able to make some big sales this league. So his sale was talisman with insane flat fizz and cold. It was exceptional base, so in total it had 4 sockets. Basically insane, like a bunch of insane mods and 4 sockets. Yep. Okay, Elon Musk. We understand. Okay. Take a seat. Sit down. Yeah, but this league... Okay. Guys. Okay, can we talk about this? What is your plan for the new league? As in... Do any of you plan on doing like a bunch of content that's gonna be like leagues related, like rituals, breaches, maybe go past the arbiter for like the new like Uber boss or whatever it's called? Because I really want to do the breaches because of the Genesis tree. And I really want to try rituals, because I'm really curious how the rituals are gonna scale and how the rewards are gonna be. Like most of the times uniques are gonna be, you know, and it's not gonna be anything good. But maybe, you know, the amount of omens that is gonna be giving us is gonna be good. Maybe there's gonna be some cool Atlas tree stuff that's gonna boost, you know, the rituals even more. I don't know. So like I really want to try rituals. I want to try breaches, and I really desperately want to farm exceptional bases. So these are like 3 things that I want to do. You truly hated this league because of the snake temple. Market got inflated rather quick. Yeah, true. This is... I personally like didn't mind. I was still playing for like what, maybe 2 months or close to 2 months, a month and a half. But yeah, there was definitely an element of like, oh, first week, 2 weeks, people are playing and it's like, oh, temple shit, temple this, temple that, whatever. And then eventually people are like, oh, wait, it gives jobs. And then when people started figuring out, getting the insane layouts and everything, then yeah, people just go in, get like 20, 30, 40 divines per run, and then you realize that, oh, okay, so people are gonna be getting insane amounts of currencies. All right, I'll dig in the new Delhi, but I'll probably end up spamming breach same way I did with Po 1. 50 per run was absurd. Yeah, dude, people like dropping in a chorus logs every like, I don't know, few temples or something, or every however many temples, and getting like shit tons of divs and constantly getting tier 0 uniques. It was like, all right, buddy, all right. Yeah, so there was definitely an element of this, but admittedly I really like the idea of temple. The fact that they came up with this system that you can build something it's not like map where you go in, you put a waystone in, you put a couple of tablets, and you run the map. But instead, you like build this structure, build this system, you build your own layout, you build something by yourself, and then you scale it, and it scales highly. The idea of it was like really really good. I think that just the execution, it was like I guess too much. But overall, like the idea itself, I think was really really good. Wait, New Delhi will have the emotions that are gonna be really good, right? I don't remember if they advertise like if Delhi is going to have like a bunch of bases and stuff like that. But Temporalis was rocking to Mir second week. Yeah, that was actually crazy. Yeah, once people realize like how lucrative it is and that Temporalis is the shit in the temple. We're not fucking with it. No. We're not fucking with it. Sit down. But yeah, definitely. Like inflation part was definitely a thing, and I agree with you on that part that it wasn't probably for the best to have it. So yeah. But yeah, I really want to run breaches. I want to run rituals and farm exceptionals. Or maybe not. Wait. I don't remember. If you aim to farm exception. Wait. Aren't breaches like really good for exceptional farming because it's one of the ways that you can get the most amount of mobs per map? And also, they're not like all rares necessarily. You just get a bunch of packs and you can scale like the magic pack sizes and stuff like that. Which, in turn, gives you more potentials for wide bases and exceptionals. Is my dad Leonardo DiCaprio? I mean, I didn't want to say anything, but like, god damn, how did you know? I mean, it's not like I'm into 5-year-olds or anything, but maybe I'm related. Just maybe. Busted, but not in a sense that we bust a nut. Never mind. Okay. So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, to farm exceptionals, one of the best ways was to actually run breaches, because this way you get like shit tons of mobs, right? And mob packs and everything, because that was like the best way of scaling the amount of mobs that you can potentially have per map. And then you scale that, and then you go negative rarity, and then you're like, I'm getting exceptionals. Wait, if I remember correctly, when I was like running exceptional farms, I would get like 1 to 2 exceptionals per map, if I remember well. I mean, the problem is that a lot of exceptionals are shit, and first of all, you need to hopefully run level 82 maps to begin with. And second of all, most of the bases are like bad, or like some of the bases are good, but the type of exceptional you're getting is useless. Like, oh, I got a wand, it's a dueling wand, it has level 20 spell slinger, and you get quality on it, and you're like, bleh, then you're crying, right? So not everything was actually good, but yeah, besides that, I think it was actually like pretty good. So yeah, I really can't wait for the new league. Come on, baby. But now, let's get to the real deal for a second. Why the fuck do I have Whirling Assault? That's level 21 gem with 20 quality, and the DPS is less than 4k. Sir, just have to be lucky like you? Okay, tell me more about it. I want to know in what way were you lucky. Did you get to spend a night with Pamela Anderson? Is that the kind of luck that we're talking about? Or wait, no. Wait. Oh no, you're probably talking about the oh, I dropped exceptional, I dropped the talisman, and then I alked it, and then all of a sudden $10 million were wired into my bank account. Okay, dude, I hear you. What are your league starter thoughts? Okay, my league starter is gonna be monk. I'm gonna go martial artist. I'm gonna go monk. I'm gonna go building damage, building a lot of items, and I'm gonna destroy everything. So, speaking of lucky, you had Adorn 93% as a first draw, first back when it was 100 max, and okay. And I wasn't bullied for like two days consecutively, and it was cool. Like, okay, we're all lucky in a way. I don't know. You just gambled that exceptional all frag and won at life. It was Angelina Jolie. Are we talking pre-Brad Pitt or post-Brad Pitt or during Brad Pitt era? Because that I think is important. And if you're gonna say pre-Brad Pitt, make sure that you're not mistaking her daughter for her as well. Been there, done that. Tomb Raider era. Wait, how old are you? Are you like older than 5 years old? Are you like in close to 30s or in your 30s at least? I would assume. Because I kind of understand what you're referring to, and I'm 30 years old. So how done are we talking? Yeah, so oh my god, guys, I'm so flustered right now. Did any of you watch Trailer Park Boys? That's completely off the topic, I don't know, whatever. I just gambled that. I did have to div it a lot after that, but it was still a guaranteed mirror after enough grind. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is lovely. But anyways, enough about you guys. Now I want everyone to focus on me. I have nothing to say. Okay. I swear bangers are playing one after the other. Just like left, right, left, right. Mike Tyson style. You know? Except that we are on the receiving end. And we're receiving like whatever. So yeah. Guys. Can we like be serious for a second? No, probably longer for them for a second, because the second is not that long. It's longer than some things, if you know what I'm saying, but it's definitely not long. So we are talking about the builds, right? We're talking about long enough. Yes, sir. For some things, it's definitely long enough. It's definitely long enough to fuck your life over. In many ways. It's like, what can you do realistically in 1 second? Get into a car accident, bet on black and lose. And bet on black, I mean bet on black as in roulette, and bet on... Never mind. Also, you can get into a fight, get knocked out, and die right on the spot. You can do the thing where you like take a knife and you're like, oh look, I can do it a bit in between my fingers, and then tsuck on your finger, you know? That takes approximately a second. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. But anyways, to be a little bit to be like serious, boys, let's wear our serious hats right now, okay? Boop. Then fuck me. No. Do I have like okay, this is gonna be like my serious hat. The this controller that turns on the light. This is my serious hat. Guys, can we solve build? Why doesn't it show 3 almost 4k damage? And this shows... Okay, do you honestly? I probably know. I barely have any AD scaling, and most of my scaling is in elemental stuff. That's probably why. I vape? No, I don't smoke at all, actually. And that cough is coming from acid reflux related stuff, which is a suckety suck because I, generally speaking, don't have acid reflux. But for the last few weeks, for whatever reason, it has been rampant, if you know what I'm saying. It's almost like in that video of 2 girls, 1... No, actually, it's a little bit different. It's more like... It's like... It's really bad to the point where, like, I can go to sleep, I can lay in the bed, and then it gets to my throat, and it's like actually like, ooh, it's like really acidically strong, or whatever you call it, to the point that you can no longer lie down. You have to sit up. So yeah, and as far as I understand, that's precisely what causes the irritation for the throat. Do you have a mixing bowl? Ginger, lemon, and the kettle. Mixing bowl, probably ginger. I mean, I don't keep other people at my house. There's only me. But lemon and kettle, those things I should have. Yeah, I think so. Oh no, there's definitely like a bunch of stuff that I can make. But you see, so the thing is, I can definitely help with soothing my throat. That 100%. That I can do 100%. You don't have gingers in your basement? Don't tell anyone. Yes, I was lying. But please don't tell others. I'm highly respected in the community of ginger havers. And people think that I'm, I'm prime minister of... don't tell others. But yeah, anyway, so I can soothe my throat. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is that this shit is like inherently is not being solved because I have this acid reflux issue, and it just comes back up. Listen to the Asian throw the ginger in the bowl, like kapow. But wait, how big does the bowl have to be then? Lemon peel and ginger in a bowl and pour boiling water over the top. Breathe in the steam. Yeah, but that would probably be just like for soothing, right? Just like sort of like calm it down. Okay, so if that's not soothing, like, what is the purpose of like inhaling the steam? Are you like hotboxing or get it to your lungs? It'll clear the acid. Listen, you witch. What kind of sorcery and magic is this? Acid reflux is like acid in the stomach that gets into your airway, like not airways, but like the esophagus and everything, right? How the fuck does steam help with acid that's in your throat that then, or in your stomach, that then gets into your throat? What? How does it clear out the acid reflux? Look, next thing you're gonna tell me to stand next to the 5G cell towers, wrapped in the I don't know, into like in the sandpaper or something. Get an acid regulator med for the stomach, it fixes it. That might do it actually. Also just eating some ginger. I mean, okay, eating would make sense because it's like, you know, you actually eat it and it gets into your stomach and it maybe it mixes with the acid or something. Yeah, I feel like it's more about like that inherent hate towards gingers rather than anything else. But no, but these are actually good tips. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm not gonna do it on stream because for all I know, maybe you have a ginger fetish and you're gonna like make the video of me like of inhaling stuff on the stream, and then you're gonna keep it, you know. Nah, I don't want that. Acid reflux is stomach acid in your lungs because it's pilling. Yeah, so it gets from you from your like from the bro, how is that thing called? Not stomach, but like it's not stomach. Wait, stop. What is that sack of shit called where the food is being digested? I legit forgot the word for it. Yeah. No, that intestines is like the next step. The before that. I didn't mean like the literal shit. Acid in your lungs. Yes, sir. But yeah, these are definitely good points. I'll definitely give it a try. Cause yeah, I for sure want it to go away. No. It's like between the esophagus and between the shit alleyways, right? There's this thing where the food goes into and where the acid is. Wait, do we call that stomach? That's not stomach. Stomach is the belly, or stomach is the... Nah, dude, am I tripping? Dude, should I just go to sleep? Is that called stomach? Nah, I'm retarded. Okay. Bruh, I swear I'm retarded. Why the fuck was I thinking that stomach isn't stomach? You gotta eat it, ginger buddy. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the conclusion. And I would like to get a Garukan's resolve. Wink, wink. Because I would like to try the build. But for fuck's sake. Okay. People. I want to make a build. And I want to make a build around this thing. Okay? Why the fuck is somebody singing about the zombies in the background? Okay. Yo, guys, do you want to get flashbanged? Should I do a flashbang? I did it. Okay. Now, back to Whirling Assault. I really hope that one of you was like... For one of you, it's like 3 a.m. in the morning. And no, I'm not talking about the Eminem song. 3 a.m. in the morning. I must have killed them. Yeah, so. I have Rakiatas. And seemingly... Huh? Wait. Why do people use Rakiatas on Whirling Assault? Dude, am I tripping? Isn't it like all physical damage? Wait. Yo, can we like... Guys, get your shit together. Let's focus. Doesn't Whirling Assault deal physical damage? Why would people use Rakiatas on it? Am I missing something? Because it does not have any conversion, right? So it's like it's AoE, it's attack speed, it's like attack damage, attack speed, and that's it. There's no conversions or anything. What? So why would they want this? Oh wait, communicate the craving. See, intentions don't mean much. And I've seen her that I let her know if I damage multiplier to your other plus plus added flats. You might be right. I honestly have no freaking idea, dude. Is there a so okay. Whirling Assault has the ability to do the spinny thing, right? And once it does the spinny thing, it can shoot other like projectiles, right? You see, like it can trigger stuff. Does this apply to the stuff that's triggered? Or the trigger stuff is like its own separate thing and these support gems don't affect those triggered things? Yeah, I know. I'm making a lot of sense. English perfect. But it's the supported skills treat enemies, resistance values, and more. Yeah. So overall to both are, I mean, my guess would be is that it only applies to the skill that you put the Rakiatas on. Maybe this is just a retarded build that I'm looking at, and I shouldn't be looking at it. Okay. No, there's two Rakiatas. There's two Garukaners, there's two Rakiatas, but Garkans at least make sense. So people are using it. And they deal... Wait, they choose also this. Supported skills deal... Wait, so how does that work? Okay, at which point and how does this Whirling Assault deal not physical damage? What? Yeah, I guess you can add a bunch of like flat stuff. It's gonna add to it. Dude, this is what's like very confusing for me in terms of like builds. When there's something like this, right? Converts 80% of physical damage to lightning damage. That makes sense because you take however much attack damage it's using, and it converts 80 of it into lightning damage. So now the spell in itself or skill in itself, it deals 80% lightning damage, and that makes sense. This, in my understanding, should be pure physical damage. But for whatever reason, then it seems like it doesn't. Like other stuff also applies. So basically, okay, do I understand correctly that if I have like add to physical damage to attacks, everything adds, right? So everything goes on the skills unless it specifies that it cannot deal some type of damage. All these flats that are added scale it, right? Oh yeah, like physical skills it higher because it like, okay, makes sense. So people use Rakiatas, which essentially tells me that the amount of damage increase that they're getting is worth it for them. But then how do they get that damage that it's worth it for them? I don't remember what this does actually. Yeah, so it can make basically minus 75%, but that's the thing. Like, let's say you do minus 75%, which is close to doubling the damage, you know? But what if you deal 5 cold damage? So 5 times, you know, or yeah, times 1.75 is 8, or like, or maybe close to 9, right? Yeah, it's like I mean, it's like somewhere like close to 9. Math, hello. Yeah, it's an endgame gem, which means it have tons of raw elemental damage. Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering actually. Like, where do they get it? Because if I understand correctly, I put the Rakiatas on it directly, right? So Rakiatas boost the damage of Whirling Assault itself, not the stuff that it can trigger. But that's first assumption. What might be? I mean, that assumption might be wrong. But then, I wonder where else did they get like? Is it possible to see? What? Physical is 3%. What? What are we smoking? Wait, how does that work? Marley, you just tuned in and you're already lost? Yeah, we just smoked a little bit of Kush. No, we didn't, but we are looking into builds actually. Lightning, fire. Okay, so this person definitely adds a bunch of elemental damage. So it's gonna be rings, it's gonna be gloves, it's gonna be this. As extra, yeah, that makes sense. Crit damage, crit chance. As extra. As extra. Okay, those as extras make sense. Elemental. Elemental. Okay, and there's probably gonna be like a bunch of stuff on the tree, right? Crits. No, it's just crit. So okay, so this, I guess. But on the passive skill tree, this person does not have a lot of elemental damage, actually. So, okay. Yeah, it makes the damage huge. That part makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me, at least thinking from the perspective of Whirling Assault, again, I'm not known for having a lot of brain in terms of understanding builds, but my first instinct would be Whirling Assault scales heavily from physical damage and it doesn't have like natural conversions or anything, right? But there's only 3% physical damage. Does he convert it somehow? Like, doesn't. Yeah, so that part makes sense. That part that where he gets like flat elemental damage, that makes sense. But I'm so confused as to why his physical damage is so little. Oh wait, I think I understand. His, what the fuck? Oh no. Okay. This doesn't have any physical damage. Yeah, he made the quarterstaff not like, he built a quarterstaff for the elemental purpose. Yeah, so more you have as extra, the stronger you become overall. Yeah, that part makes sense. Okay, now I kind of understand. Yeah, so he went for gain of as extra, whatever. Okay, so his approach, he didn't build it like... He didn't build physical damage. It's mainly elemental damage. Then these jewels are only scaling elemental damage. There's a bunch of elemental on the gems, and his passive tree basically has like not that much physical damage increase. It's mainly like crit chances, critical damage and stuff. Yeah, this staff is actually insane. Yeah, it's not easy to get it whatsoever. Well played, well played. So, okay, guys, here's my question to you. First of all, at the face value, any of these elements, cold, fire, or lightning. Let's say I'm playing Whirling Assault, and Whirling Assault does not have like... Sorry, I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to ask about the gingers. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't want to. I'm sorry. Instead, I wanted to... Okay, my thinking was, or the thing that I don't understand. So, for example, Whirling Assault, right? Inherently, Whirling Assault does not have any specific, like, oh, with lightning damage, you can, like, do, you know, it has additional multiplier or something. It's not any specific elemental type, specific spell, or, like, it's not based on it, right? It just deals damage. Scales off of attack damage, and then whatever you add on, whatever you throw on it, it does that. Is there a difference which elemental type you scale? As in, is there such a thing that, for example, on rings, flat fire will increase damage the most, or that physical flat is gonna increase the most, or that like of the elemental damages? Is there such a thing that fire flat gives the most damage as a mod? Let's say if I would have like adds fire damage, cold damage, and lightning damage, would any of them result in the highest amount of damage in itself as a mod? Yeah, I mean, like, without any of the scalars that will come into the picture later. Okay, so the way that I understand it, like, each of those elements have like different stuff that they can do, right? So lightning can shock and increase damage that way. Fire can ignite and do probably like a bunch of like, I don't know, whatever flammability stuff. Cold can freeze, and you can base on that. So that's like scalars that come into the picture later. But I mean, just like, let's say if it would be tier 1 fire elemental, would it be the highest DPS thing that adds to Whirling Assault just in itself in comparison to cold or lightning, or all of them, whichever mod, like whichever tier 1 mod of those three you would pick, it would add like the same amount? Oh, so there's actually a difference. So like they're not equal at its base. So for example, if you go for the if you just want as much flat damage as possible of some element, you choose lightning because the values are the highest. So there's like, I guess, like a priority list, I guess. If we would go for the rings, for example. No, it doesn't show. So 55. On 45. Whatever. I don't know why it didn't find with maximum 1 quality, aka with 0 quality. Sure. Whatever. Light. Oh Jesus. Kaling, for example, fire can range from 60 to 120. More elemental damage overall usually scales better because there are bonuses that affect them all. Yeah, that part actually makes sense. I was like more thinking about fake example. Tier 1 fire is 50 to 67. Like, oh wait, I actually could. Yo, by the way, Hambi, is that how I pronounce your name? Welcome, 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 and it's nice to see you here. Feel free to join the discussion. I actually forgot that PODB exists, so we can actually look into this. So fire damage, right? 2945. Lightning 471. So the low part is very low, but the high part is very high. 20 24 37 29. So fire in itself in the numbers is higher than cold. So in terms of, if I would say, okay, there's a hypothesis. If I want to take a whirling assault and I have to choose one modifier to add on my ring as the highest value, tier 1 mod, the highest roll, so that I would scale my whirling assault damage the most at that step of adding the flat damage, not, you know, as a result, fire would give more DPS than cold, right? Because cold is like very obvious. It's like 2437, the highest value. There's like, and there's 2945. So this is like very obvious. Lightning is, for me, it's a little bit hard to understand because it's like the lowest roll is like very low, but then the high is very high. So it's like, I don't know, do they take the average or whatever? But basically, the idea is that fire would give more DPS than cold in this case. Yeah? Like in itself. If I would just add one mod and that's it. Boom. So without any like additional effects and additional modifiers, additional scalars, additional whatever. Or additional mechanics, so to speak. So that part, like, so there's actually a difference at that level. But also, then I assume there's like levels to it, meaning this guy has so much fire damage because probably he goes for fire because there's, I don't know, there's some reason why the person chooses fire. Not bad. Higher defense. Lightning by far, which is why it's usually the most. Okay. Damn, that's actually pretty cool. So lightning. Hmm. How do you know that lightning has the highest damage cap? Have people like tried to make tons of like different builds, trying to scale? I mean, scale fire, scale cold, scale lightning, and per passive point spent on the passive tree, lightning scales the most. Or like, how do they figure that out? Because like, what you can do on the tree, what we can do on the tree right now, right? We can put this point, we can put this, we can do this, we can do that, and the combinations and the like where you can go with your tree, like it's like, oh my god, there's so many options, right? How the fuck do you know like which one essentially is gonna end up being the highest in terms of like DPS cap? Although there's for sure there's possibility that people have not found the true cap of many builds. They just found what's highest, what they were able to find to be the highest right now from what they know is possible. But there's definitely probably like a big chance that they haven't found the actual caps, right? Because like, who knows? Maybe there's like a specific like, you know, pathing of like passive points and everything that you can get way more. Flat numbers differ and RNG. Overall, nothing is perfect in this game. You just need to deal with what you get. Yeah, that's a fair take. Yeah, that part makes sense. Hmm. But I wonder like how, like why. Hmm. Like in theory, yeah. Let's say your priority is lightning, but then you add a bunch of fire. If you build the gloves or something where you add 3 types of elemental damages, you add three, all of the like all 3 of them. Like that makes sense, you know. You add like as much like elemental damage, and then you scale that. But I wonder if you have to like, you know, specialize in one of them, why lightning damage has the highest cap. But as a major idea, get more flats, become stronger. Lightning is strongest, but also most expensive. But why? Like, I wonder why is it strongest? Like, what is the tangible proof for it? Like, how we as Path of Exile players know that lightning damage on average gives you the most DPS? What are the things that make you crit more? You mean increase the DPS more? Or you mean that make you crit more often? Because if it's crit more often, then it's critical chance and the stuff that increase critical hit chance. But if you mean like overall increase the damage, you know, when the hit crits, what makes you crit more often? So it's like critical hit chance. To my knowledge, I might be completely unaware of some of the scalars, but all I know is critical hit chance and increase in critical hit chance. Do the math for the average of the flats, you will find light winning. Wait, is doing the math of these things, is it as simple as, okay, we're gonna put on our mathematicians hats for a second, okay? Okay, slightly higher. Okay. Um. Okay. The average part makes sense. Okay. We are learning. We're learning. I know it might seem like stupid questions, and I might be not understanding even the most basic concepts, but we have to start from somewhere. Hey, we have to start from somewhere, right? Okay. If you're hitting an enemy once a second with a 50% crit chance, and you double your attack speed, you're now 100% critting every second. But it's not real. But your question, wasn't how can you make sure that you can crit more often per second. Your question, how you can increase your crit chance. Or okay, that's how I understood. I interpreted the question as if like, how do you increase critical hit chance, if that makes sense. If you mean like more often as in per amount of time, then yeah, I see what you mean. Increase, increasing attack speed will make you deal more hit damage instances, and as a result you will be able to proc crits more often. So yeah, that makes sense. That part makes sense. um Lightning has a value between 5 and 200, therefore you're more likely to hit 200 if you hit the enemy more often. In this case, I don't think that logic, not that logic does not hold true, but that logic, like you cannot use that logic in determining whether it's more DPS or not. Just because you do more attacks and as a result you're gonna land more often towards the higher end of lightning damage, that doesn't mean that on average you're gonna deal more damage, if that makes sense. So I guess the best way to measure your damage output is measuring the average, if that makes sense. Just because you land, for example, okay, let's say you land on 1000, but you can also land on 0.000001 as well, right? So let's say you can land on the higher end, you can land on the lower end. And just because you can land on 1000, that doesn't mean, you know, that your average damage like per second is gonna be good, if that makes sense. All about scaling pairings. Okay. If you stack crit and lightning and attack speed all together, the odds are you one-shot most things if you land a high value on either flat or the crit, let alone. In practice, you talk about widest peak. Okay, so I'm trying to frame this conversation or this discussion in a way that would make sense to me, because the way that I'm thinking right now is in terms of averages and what is your what is your DPS, basically damage per second. So it means like whatever happens within the second, and you like separate that damage per every millisecond, basically. So on average, what is gonna be the DPS, right? That's how I'm trying to understand it, and that's how I'm looking at it. But maybe Path of Exile works a little bit different in a sense that you cannot really like work on averages. Maybe like you, depending on the way that you're dealing damage, you have to think of it differently. Yeah, basic math. Like averages make sense for me. But the way that I understand Marley explaining things is that you sometimes deal the damage on the higher end and then you one-shot the mobs. But like, why is that relevant, or how is that relevant? Because the way that you build it up differs and what is actually available to you. Okay, that part makes sense, but it's in theory that like, yeah, it makes sense 100%. It's like questioning reality. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Like I think of the damage that we deal in PoE in terms of averages, or like how much damage you deal per second. And damage per second is a metric that basically averages out everything that happens within the second and the total sum of damage that you dealt within that second, whether all the damage was done within the first millisecond or on the last millisecond, or it was spread out through the whole second, right? It ends up being as damage per second. But in Poe, you basically one tap everything later on. Yeah, that's I mean, that seems to be true from, unless I guess you play dot builds, you know, and then you'd like just like the HP just trickles down, or I guess depending on the build, right? But yeah, I guess like at some point you get to the builds where you one tap most of the stuff, unless the mobs or the areas are challenging enough that you're like not really one tapping. But yeah, in this case, I guess the conversation in my head, I'm trying to frame it is like, how do you get the most amount of damage? That is basically where I'm trying to understand. Your effective DPS is usually higher with lightning crit combo over anything else. Now, this is the part where I'm this is the part where I'm struggling to understand. Obviously, like I don't have knowledge about the builds, right? This is obviously like lack of understanding and lack of knowledge of builds and everything on my part, but this makes me wonder. Your effective DPS is usually higher with lightning crit. This is where I ask the question, why? Because if every let's say if every opportunity on the tree, on the items and everything, everything is the same opportunity wise, and the only difference is the values of the flat that you can get from mods, that would make sense, because the average values of lightning are the highest, the amount of like, you know, damage that it gives from the mods. But I assume the tree, like the tree is not equal, like, you know, point per point, they don't give equal DPS output, right? Some stuff gives more, some stuff gives less. Ignite has this thing, cold has that thing, lightning has that thing, and they don't correlate like 1-to-1. So I wonder, like how for example, do you know that lightning ends up being the highest DPS? You're not dealing damage every second. You want to have a high chance of one hitting mobs, and building for the highest chance is the meta. Because you aren't constantly dealing damage. You deal damage on hit. That is true. That is true. I guess if you can get to a point where you can see pack, insta one tap everything, move to the next pack of mobs, that is the ideal outcome that you're aiming for. And from what I understand about the builds, chaos damage and fire damage is usually not that type of damage, because ignite is damage over time, chaos is damage over time, so it's not like one tap kind of damage, usually speaking. Chunchu Marakun, what up, what up, what up? I was trying to read your name first. It took me a second, but it's really nice to see you here. I guess so. I honestly, dude, I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, I'm not good at building, at understanding, and that kind of stuff. So I have no idea. Maybe you would actually check it there. That is probably true. But yeah. So yeah. My thinking is, where the gaps of my knowledge are is in understanding why lightning damage offers the most DPS, and in the context of, like, let's say regular mapping, you usually can get to the place where you one tap stuff, right? And if you're not looking for but also, like, who's to say that on average you can clear the most, like, the whole map? Let's say even if you do like ignite type of damage, right? Maybe you can just like use, but whatever. Okay, that's besides the point. Blame Zeus. Exactly. Hook to spit on that thing. It's actually interesting. I realize right now, as we're having this discussion, that there's so many gaps in my understanding that I legit, like, I don't understand anything. It has a nice feature where you can see how a modifier affects your DPS. For example, if you get a % damage with two-handed, it will tell you that skill goes from with crit, really, because you deal damage in a hit. If you were building for dot, fire would be better. Or if you were building for slow plus big hits, yeah, the freeze combo would be best. You get high enough fire damage, also one tap if you're building strong enough, but you can still peak it with lightning. It goes to yeah, I guess it's also like build dependent, and for monks, for example, it probably, like, people have figured out that for monks and for, like, oh, you're playing Whirling Assault, you're not like really building ignite, right? You're not building ignite, you're not building chaos damage, you know, like poison or something. So from that perspective, one of the highest scalers is gonna be like lightning damage, because that's gonna give like the most bang for the buck, or like per mod, I guess, because the way that you're approaching how you're dealing the damage is gonna be conducive to basing the damage or gaining the damage from lightning source the most, because the nature of the damage being dealt is like not like you throw like essence drain contagion thing and you wait, you know, for the life to drain down to 0. But instead you do the thing where you're like, boom, deal you know, like, it's like still a few instances of damage, but they're not like per millisecond, like tick 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 tick. Instead it's like bam 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 bam, like a few, you know, spins. And yeah, think of crit and lightning as 2 d20s. Okay, that I know of. I know what the d20 is. Think of crit and lightning as 2. You only need to roll above a 10 on one die to one hit mob. Have 2 tries at a 50 roll, And attack speed makes you reroll faster. Yeah, this part, okay, this part makes 100% sense. The part that I was having a hard time wrapping my head around, why wouldn't I choose, you know, for example, cold or fire instead of lightning? But I guess from what I'm understanding so far is that lightning gives you a 50% chance because you need to roll above 10. But if you would choose cold damage as the source of damage that you're scaling for, let's say, whirling assault, right, you would need to roll above 11, because, like, you know, as an analogy, you would have like less, you would have to, yeah, you have like the less damage, like the source, how much it gives less. So by default, you know, you're landing within like the smaller percentage to actually one shot. But it's an easy raw stat to come by and can be cheap, so you can grab it early on. If you happen to choose one hit, if I can choose the damage being dealt right now, I'm choosing the bigger number. The problem is that you don't choose that one damage, it's within the range. And it can deal less, it can deal more. And that, like, sort of makes, you know, like, because, like, you know, if the question is, like, would you rather deal 50 damage or 100 damage? It's like, bruh, what, you know, like, obviously, like, it's going to be 100. But this is the context, like, there's a lot of stuff going on within, you know, how the damage is being increased and how it scales and everything. Just because the range is higher on lightning damage, that does not by default mean that the damage is like is gonna be the most beneficial, if that makes sense. For me, that's yeah. The ultimate goal is to build up a good build to a point where you can actually control these chances. Okay, yeah, that, like, if you can move the build towards where you become more and more likely to land in that higher end area, or you're more likely to roll, you know, the higher number on the dice, then that kind of makes sense. Scaling is why I choose lightning over the others. It has reliable and easy ways to scale big hits. Welcome to meta building, my friend. Dude, I know that my questions are probably stupid, or like they're very basic, and it seems like I'm a retard, and like, what the fuck, how come you don't understand? It's like, oh, the bigger number, the bigger bonk. But I'm struggling, like, I'm struggling to understand a lot of the things, because the way that I see, for example, Path of Exile, right, when I walk into the map, right, for example, if I'm using like this thing, there's a bunch of things that happen. Like, there's a bunch of gems. There's a bunch of passive points in influencing this. I hit something a bunch of times. There's a bunch of probably other like passive effects auras and stuff like that. And that results in how much damage you deal. And I don't know like 95% of it. So for me, when somebody says like lightning damage is the highest, like it scales the best, from my knowledge, from the amount of knowledge that I have, that doesn't answer the question why, because I don't know the rest of the 95%, right? So it's like, okay, I don't think that you're wrong. It's not like I don't believe you. It's more of a, okay, it scales the best, but why? Like, why doesn't fire doesn't scale the best? Why doesn't cold scale the best? Like, what's so special about lightning? That kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, so it's like I don't understand the other things that make the end result more favorable for lightning damage. And also, is it specific to just the monk? Is it just specific to the spell? Is it, and so on? And there's probably so many variables that I'm like, fuck this, you know. I'd rather just play Minecraft at this point. No, but we're figuring out. I'm learning. It might take a lot of time for me, but I'm learning. I'm definitely learning. So how do you control the damage roll though? If a weapon gives 1 to 100 lightning damage, isn't the average 50? Yeah, 50 and a half. Like that would be my understanding, but I guess there might be mechanics that like give you like double the rolls. For example, if you use lucky lucky function or whatever you call it, lucky mechanic, then you get 2 rolls per your damage instance or per whatever the event. But yeah, it's because all damage is a dice roll. There is very little non-variable flat. Yeah, that part makes sense. You're just always trying to increase the odds of rolling well. The bigger range gives you more chance to roll lower, sure, but you hit 4 times a second, and you're also rolling crit, which compensates. Yeah, that's fair. That part makes sense. It's any class or build that can easily stack attack speed will do more DPS with lightning. Okay, can you give me an example where cold damage would be more beneficial? Like, what type of damage or what type of way would a character have to deal damage for it to be the most beneficial with cold? Oh, so slow and deliberate, right? Why? Why though? If lightning gives you the most... If lightning gives you the highest values and like average is the highest, the higher peaks and everything, why then cold is better, for example? Because if you fail a roll, you do no damage. Oh, I think I see what you're getting at. You're talking about the aspect of like how many instances of damage you build or you do. If you deal more instances of damage, therefore you have more chances, like therefore you have more rolls, therefore you can sort of quote unquote allow yourself to be within a wider interval, because you might miss once, you might miss twice, but then the third roll is gonna be favorable and you're gonna land on a good roll, and then you're gonna like one tap delete the mob, right? So, and if you're doing one damage instance per second, you'd rather not have that interval, generally speaking. Like let's say a mob has 1,000 HP, you'd rather not have that interval from 1 to 2,000. You'd rather narrow that interval to like it being basically above 1,000 damage, but you don't need that additional stuff because all you're doing is like 1 damage instance per second, and you'd rather narrow the window to the point where you can just roll on that like 1k damage. For example, the eye shot snipe build, you want to build freeze ASAP in order to snipe one tap the bot. So here in this case, it's your... Yeah, I get, but in this case, it's like, I guess it's more about the interaction of like different spells of like cold, how it interacts with freeze, and how it like then you're like going crazy. So what you're doing there is you're ensuring that that one hit is like, boom, you're deleting. For example, like if you're dealing dot damage, which is like many instances of damage per second, per millisecond, whatever. all you're trying to do is just like lower, I mean, just increase overall damage, like per instance. Like you don't care the intervals or everything. You're just like average damage you're trying to raise, because you're gonna deal so many instances of damage. You don't care about like rolling, you know, one time higher, one time lower. You don't care about that. You care about the average. But for stuff where you just like, I don't know, maybe the logic is a little bit different. Maybe that's like kind of retarded what I just said, because yeah, dots generally speaking are not gonna like one tap delete the mobs, right? I mean, unless the dot is so strong that. Yeah, but the idea, I'm sort of understanding what you're trying to say. It all depends on the skills you're using. For example, in Ice Shot, you proc cold with freezing mark and get extra cold along with with barrage and type as usual. Yeah, I saw that part makes sense. So it's like the whole interaction of how you're approaching dealing the damage, and it basically, if you wouldn't get the freeze off and like you wouldn't have the mark or something, then the cold damage would, you would do the shot and it would deal like 10% of the damage, and then it's like, what the fuck, I deal no damage, you know? It took such a long time to like do that instance of damage, and I dealt 0. It's like, bleh. Yeah, but if you attack 4 times a second, you want at least one of those to hit really hard. So yeah, stuff that scales with attack speed, you don't mind having higher variance per damage instance, because you're increasing the amount of damage instances that you can dish out per amount of time. So like in that sense. Yeah. Also, if there is a spell that converts damage to a certain element, you generally want to invest in that element. Yeah, that part so far makes sense. I think that's how the storm wave works. It converts a lot of, you know, most of the physical damage to lightning damage. So like in that sense, you kind of want to focus on lightning damage and scaling lightning stuff, like, you know, increasing the shock, increasing that kind of yeah. A few of the skills in this game can combo and stack to do the crazy damage. I think you had it afterwards, not so much. Yeah, I know. I was showing promise. Oh my god, is he gonna be the A student? And then you're like, ugh. Like, okay, dude. I gotta run for now. Cool chit chat, bud. Keep it up. Hey, Lathe King, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Hey, it was really nice having you. Best of luck. Have a good time, and talk to you later if you're still here. If not, then it's whatever. It's whatever. I don't care. You're just spamming Whirling Assault, which is approximately 2 hits per second. Up the attack speed and scale AoE, so you catch multiple mobs at once and scale crit to compensate low rolls. And make high rolls, delete bosses and elites, then spam the shit. Yeah, Lathe the King. Yeah. Oh, so you're still here. Okay. No. It was actually. By the way, I really appreciate yours guys' inputs. Like, it's really awesome that you're like sharing your knowledge and everything. Like, I really appreciate it. Like, builds is something that I really have to understand and really learn. So, the concept that you're explaining, thank you for being patient and taking your time, explaining like and sharing tidbits of information. Eventually, like, more and more stuff is gonna start clicking with me, and then decisions will start making more and more sense. Yeah. So for example, I've learned that even though Whirling Assault in itself, it's not like a conversion type spell or skill, right? There's a reason why people are using Rakiata's Flow. And initially for me it was like, wait, what the fuck? It's not a conversion type skill. It's based on attack damage, and like, then why would you use Rakiata's? But then it made sense. We looked at the guy's build. He had shit tons of like elemental damage. And yeah. So yeah. So slowly but surely, step by step, step by step, it's gonna start making more and more sense. Then spam the shit out of whirling. Whirling. Yes, sir. Yeah, it already is clicking. Yeah, slowly, but it definitely is. I had a top 10 mobilytics build. Are you flexing on us again, sir? Yeah, but nah, dude, it seems like you understand like a big deal about the builds, which is freaking awesome, man. You had a top 10 mobilytics build for Blood Mage in Dawn of the Hunt. Doth is Dawn of the Hunt, right? Fabgunner took it and made it absolutely nuts, and it was number 2 behind Lightning Roa. Damn. Okay. So, okay, I want to do an experiment. I'm level 95 on this character, right? I'm level 95. Being level 95, let's say, fuck it, I'm not gonna do the ascendancies. It's gonna be martial artist. We don't know what exactly it's gonna do, so let's not focus on the ascendancies. Like fuck the rest of it. Just insane understanding and memory of the passive nodes. Dude, I don't doubt that. Bruh, I was watching one of the guys. It's Belton. I think it was Belton. I don't know if he's necessarily like top tier, like the best build maker. But what I saw from him was his ability to be like, he's like, oh, you know, I'm just making this niche build. I like, you know, the stacking, whatever. And he's like, opens up this thing and he's like, okay, yeah, so I'm gonna take this node, this is gonna like have this effect, this is gonna scale with this, I'm gonna anoint thing from here, this is gonna do this and that, and then this passive point gives like 15% of something, so 15% with something, and I'm like looking, and it's like immediately knows like basically almost the whole passive tree, like a bunch, like I don't know if he actually knows almost the most, but he like knows so much. And it's like this with that, and just from the memory, not even doesn't look up anything. It's like this this node with this, with that, this interaction, this item, this is gonna convert, and this is gonna, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah. You get the theory, but you lack a bit of knowledge on what exists out there. Oh, so it's basically for you, it's a matter of like exposure and awareness of the things, right? Just like actually, you know, going through the nodes and like, you know, learning that, oh, this thing exists, oh, this thing exists, this thing exists, and maybe like putting them to test so that like it's like consolidated within your memory, right? And you're like actually now you have it like with you. But I think like, yeah, because like when you think about it, dude, just in this screenshot, how many dots do you think there are just in this screenshot? Dots meaning singular individual points of, you know, passive points. My guess is there's probably like what, 500? Because I'm guessing just in this area there's like around 100 or something. So, and I might be underestimating, maybe like, I don't know, because just this, it's like 12 or 14, whatever, just in this circle. So like this is probably, yeah, it's around like 100. Nah, bro, there's just so much stuff. But yeah. Yeah, totally what I like. I need to get the nodes and items and supports unlock. Oh, dude, you're gonna do it, dude. Like, nah, you're already like very knowledgeable, relatively speaking. To me, okay, to me, a housefly is probably already more knowledgeable than me in building stuff in Path of Exile. You know? Because that fucker has like, you know, 2 eyes, but those eyes like see a thousand different things. So like, you know, better equipped to deal with this kind of situation. But yeah, so okay, what I was gonna say, can we do an experiment, or should I do an experiment? And I think it is probably a pretty good idea. Is I'm gonna take Whirling Assault. I should probably try and take Whirling Assault, like a singular spell. Why do I call it spells, dude? Like, these are skills. Like, it's so ingrained in my brain that something that like seems like magic, it's not like, you know, swing a sword or like punch with your fist, but something like magical is happening. Like, I call that spell. Like, to me, this is very magical. This is like controlling the elements, but it's still called a skill. God damn it. I think it's called skill, right? It's not spell. Yeah, because it's an attack. It's considered attack, so it's a skill. It's... Wait, am I being retarded again? Or skills is everything. Oh, there's spells and attacks. Wait, is that the differentiating thing? Everything is a skill, but skills can be attacks or can be spells? Whatever. Who cares? Okay. What I was gonna say. I'm gonna take Whirling Assault. And spec everything. And try to make a build. And make a build with as high DPS as possible. From ground zero. Yes, and totems and shapeshifts and curses and you know, Teslas and whatnot. Skills are everything. Okay, makes sense. So skills are everything that yeah, everything is a skill. Yeah. But there are types of skills. Okay, so like summons, spells, attacks, buffs probably. Skill speed makes every jump faster. Yeah, that's a good point as well. So yeah, what do you think? Should I do this? Take Whirling Assault, unspec everything. I mean, for that I will have to yeah. I'll take everything off and unspec every passive point, and then try to build a thing from zero and try to just like read through like a lot of different passive points and try to make you know, a very high DPS build and see like what I can come up with. Because so far, at least, I understand that I can scale this thing with like elemental damage. But it also kind of is intertwined with the gear, right? So the way that you build your passive tree, it is directly related to your items. So the type of items that you have, the type of passive that you're gonna build is gonna depend on what kind of whatever. What flat damage comes from just your gear? Flat. So if we talk like are we excluding the runes? Only we're talking about suffixes and prefixes, or prefixes and suffixes rather. And we're not talking about like abyss modifiers, and we're not talking runes too. Bruh, there's a lot of stuff actually then. Because the runes can be regular runes, they can be those tech raws or whatever you call them. Idols. Okay, now you said flat damage before skill gems and passive tree. Is there a process that you sort of like can follow, that you know that like what comes first always, so that I can build it like step by step? Because like if you just throw like everything at me at once, I'm like just overwhelmed, because like what the fuck, there's so much info, and like what's more important, where do I look first, is like, you know, whatever. So okay, you need the base number first. Okay. So I know that weapons, for example, and just like a whole gear in general, can have multiple things going at once, right? So attacks per second, crit hit chance, flat thingies on the items directly, and also implicit mods. So okay, in this case, wait, I'm gonna open up a notepad. That's actually a good point. Just damage, not DPS. Oh, you mean like individual stats of like fire damage, physical damage? You mean those flat values, right? NTPD. Flat damage. Ooh, that little bit of the flashbang moment. Let's lower it so that it's not as big. Okay. So first things first. Do you want me to like look at from all your items? So you want to look at the current state? Or do you want, or should we like try to build what we can build given our, let's say, economic constraints? Like what is the process here? Like, are we talking about potential? Are we talking about what we will current state for now? Okay, so can I see it here? Like, is this all these things added up together, or can they be like altered in some like percentages, additional percentages or something? So is this what you're referring to that I should like write down, or should I like do the individual numbers here on the mods? The raw way. Oh my god. Hey, slow down. It's not even the evening. Come on, baby. Can we get like a couple of candles, go to a dinner or something? Holy shit. Already going the raw way? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so first step, flat. Is there a reason why we're noting down the flat stuff right now? You're probably are talking about the damage calculation, right? So damage calculation starts from the flat values. And you're taking me through the damage calculation equation. If I'm not mistaken. Okay. Oh, mamma mia, pepperoni. So, do you do it like this? How do you write it down? Like, what? Staff? Two staff? Um... Yeah, that's about it. Um, yeah, we're talking flat values. Flat values can be also on gloves, as far as I remember. This is percentage physical damage. Okay. Hmm. Anyway, Akamale. This can, like, helms cannot have amulets. I don't think they have flat damage. So flat damage comes from the rings, from the gloves, and from the weapon, if I remember correctly, right? There's no other sources unless they're like uniques or something. Boots also don't give anything. So mm, okay. Oh, but there's no chaos damage, I think. Well, let's see. So yeah, these are the values, right? So these are the flat values. Ghetto. Right, right, I'm alive. Yeah. Okay. So this is the first step. What do you do after? Okay, most consequential. Mm, as in that everything else is based on this step. Because it's literally where the chain of damage equation begins, right? And everything is built on this. You load up the damage on this end, and then everything else is gonna like scale off of this part. But in any way, Akamale. Okay, so okay, what is the next step that you do, or or okay, about this first step? Is there anything like takeaways or anything that you have about the first step? Do you just note it? Like, for example, you do an evaluation of this. Is there anything that's a takeaway from this? Or it's only that, okay, now I know what kind of witch damage I have, and now I move on to the next step. Because, like, obviously, Google the health of a deer. Oh my god, we're going. Oh no. Be ready for the flashbang. Be ready for the flashbang. Oh, T15 white mob. Path of Exile 2. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Too much flashbang. Wait. What are the mobs? Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. Wait, I'm gonna do it on not a flashbang screen. So there's like many different mobs, right? So how the fuck do I know? Because like different mobs will have like different health pools, right? Yeah, pick one. I don't remember the mobs actually. Wait, those ranged fuckers. The one that crawls has like spikes on the back and like and they just shoot like one thing, but then if they have multiple projectiles, you're basically fucked. Maybe like they look like lizards, kind of like lizards, but they're like sand color, bramble, not bramble, quill, not quill. I don't know. I genuinely don't know almost like a single name of the mob. So quill crabs. Oh, that might be it. Wait, let me see. Po2 quill crab. Is that a thing? Are you scamming me? Oh yeah, these tiny fuckers. Okay, I was talking about the low, like different mob, but this will work the same. Okay, so quill crab. Live 70%. What the fuck does that mean? Select monster level. Is monster level equal to the zone level? So meaning if I go to level 82 zone, white mobs are gonna be level 82. Dude, I'm gonna learn so much about PoE right now. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, so okay, now it's no longer a flashbang screen, so I can show it here. Okay, so select monster level. Let's say tier 15 map. So it's gonna be 80, level 80, right? Because level 81 is tier 16 and corrupted zone plus 1 is level 82 zone. Something like that, if I recall correctly. Wait, 79. So how, wait, I was doing the level 82 zones. It's plus 1 and tier 16. It's not plus 2 monster area. Wait, am I tripping? Are they level 81 zones? Okay, whatever. But let's say we're facing level 80 mob, whatever. So okay. Or no, it's 79 actually, because it's like way more accessible. How much does it be for 600? Like changes by 600. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, okay, fuck it. Sorry, level 79. It's 10,308. Okay. Okay, so we have this amount of HP. What do we do then? Or why is this relevant? Why are we like looking at the mob's HP? Like obviously there's gonna be like different mobs with different HP pools. So how much base damage are we doing? From these? Oops. This is like total combination. Total damage against. Yeah, so this is like the total, right? Total damage per one. There is no, because like Head and I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to be a good student. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, sorry. Head in the way like of the notepad. Okay, now I see what you mean. So yeah, so this is the base damage of what we are supplying to whichever skill. Like this is the total. Like if we don't discriminate, like what is the source, right? So this is gonna be the base damage that we're gonna supply to a skill, to whichever skill. Okay, and this is the target that we want to destroy. Okay. Okay, teacher, what is next? Average hit damage? So it's gonna be 256. It's 128, no? Or 256. Yeah, it's 256. No, it's 255 divided by 2, no? It cannot be higher than even the highest potential number. Am I tripping? Average hit damage is like... Yeah, it's in the middle of this. Okay, I thought I was tripping for a second. And I thought like maybe actually I didn't go to school. Okay. Yeah, so 1270.5. Like that is like average. Okay. Okay. We are doing the pop way, but yeah, we're doing this the pop way, but the caveman style. Actually writing in the notepad. Yeah, all good. Okay, so 10,308 divided by 127. It's gonna be like... It's gonna be like 800 something, if I'm not mistaken. I don't... Well, to be precise, we have to do it because it would take way too long for me to... But this, it has to be something like 800 something? Or 80, sorry, 80 something, yeah. Okay, so it's 80.8. To destroy. So, since you, like, yeah, it's 80.8 or... Oh, no. We actually need to round up because we're talking in terms of hits. So 80th hit will not kill, but 81 or no, wait. No, I'm tripping. We're not talking about the hits because like if you if you multiply the damage, it can result into needing exactly one hit. Okay, never mind. Disregard what I just said. So you need, yeah, essentially 80x your current damage. Okay, puppy. Okay. What's next? I want to know what's next. Which is awful to be clear. I mean, we're already like not picking the best base. Because, like, look at my... What the fuck is this? Tier 7 mod, tier 7 mod. Whatever. These might as well, like, not exist. Tier 6, tier 6, tier 8, tier 9. So then you need item increase damage. What do you mean by item increase damage? You mean like increase physical damage, right? Those mods. Like increase phys, increase... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But I have to keep in mind that this will only be relevant to that particular type, right? So if I do like increase physical, I'll have to not refer to this number, but to this number. And then scale it and then like re-add them. Look, well, not re-add them again, but like check after this step. Yeah, which is why the stats increased. By the way, when we're doing this whole process, right? Should we not care which spell, or rather which skill we're using? Because some of the skills might determine something right at the very beginning and not like at the middle or the end. Or there's essentially no skills that matter at the beginning of this calculation. We do, but that's not... Oh, okay. So increase damage. So P Diddy damage I have 76 ink fit P damage. Yeah, that's it. That's literally all I have. Just 76%. So it's 23 times... 23 times... This is the average... Or, okay, never mind. Maybe I'm just being too speedy. Whirling Assault. Right now, it does 237%. By the way, I just realized... Yo, I wasn't including the base from the quarterstaff. I was just looking at the mods here, but I wasn't looking at the stuff that's here. So I should probably fix it, yeah? Because staff is also part of the damage. Staff also deals damage. Motherfucker. But how do you separate it? Because like it already shows. So I have to look at the just the staff, right? But like that is so 95 to 156 is just the flat damage without the increase. So if I would remove, okay, motherfucker, if I would remove this increased physical, this number would not change. It would remain the same, like right here where it shows physical damage. Okay, so yeah, that is true. So yeah, so I guess after increased step, it's gonna be speed damage. Like, oh wait, but no. I kind of see what you mean. Wait. 95 plus 156 divided by 2. Divided by 1 point. This should be average hit without the increased percentage. So if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, but you were asking like how much, you know, the spell, the Whirling Assault gives. So it's like, you know, we have the increase here of 76. 76 plus 237. Flat on staff is the shown value. Yeah, but it has already. I'm so confused. Increase in staff is pre-applied. What? Barrier staff. Border staff. Yeah, so what, like bare staff without anything is this, like this one. So we add this. This is like pre. Okay. Yeah, I figured that. Okay, yeah. So this is actually, yeah. Okay. This is like the. Okay. Now it's. Yep. Plus 63. That's AI viewers. Fuck off. Your Majesty. Bye bye. Okay. Nice. Okay, I fixed everything. Okay. But that increased that applies before any other calculation because it's on the staff itself. Okay. So yeah. So now we come to the point. Oh yeah, for sure. I would definitely be down. Yeah, 100%. I would love for that. Like it would be really nice. Like just in general, like right now I'm just trying to learn all of this. So any kind of help, like if you would genuinely like wouldn't mind or you would like to, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't mind. But yeah, for now I actually, so yeah, I fixed everything up until here. So this is, these are the total values. This is the amount of hits that it takes to kill the mob. So we want to 59 times x the damage to da da da, and our p damage before the increase is whatever. Okay, so 76. We have five. Bruh, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the higher number that I had to stay. 131. Whatever. Is this? Oh yeah, I remember. Wait, dude, I'm gonna lose my mind. No, B damages. What was the number? Oh no. So this is the number. So now we go whirling assault. Yeah, so that has 237. I mean, we have increased here, but yeah, essentially, like, let's say, yeah, we have source of increased physical damage from the staff of 76%, and then the only other source of increased damage of any kind is just whirling assault, which is, or increased rather, like, yeah, 237. Yeah, yeah. Total damage, but not total. It's only total physical damage, right? Because what it does, it only scales attack. Wait, no. Okay, what does attack damage mean? Does it scale all the damage from the attack? From all the flats? Or it only refers to physical? I'm assuming attack damage refers specifically is all hit damage from attack. So including all elemental. Dude, like, people should not trust me. Oh, okay. Okay, I already know that there's some issue with the calculation somewhere here in terms of physical damage. His staff was not this, not 10. And it's... Yeah, we should... Am I tripping? So we'll just remove... Okay, yeah, no, I trust you. I'm just like, I'm confusing some of the stuff. So I just have to retrace the steps for 1 second. Yeah, it's 812 to this number, 812 12 6 8. Because rings don't show up here, right? Ring flat physical damage doesn't show up on the weapon. This is only like, this flat damage is only calculated locally from these mods, from the weapon itself. Yeah, so this is the total. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, okay. Let's do the final calculation. Total damage. Okay, now it's gonna be correct. Okay. Sorry. Just bear with me. Okay, now it actually looks like a number. Oh my god. It's okay, dude. We are, oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh, immediately the numbers. Immediately the numbers. 2, 4, 3. Nice. Dude, you see how much we just scaled our damage by doing nothing, by not changing the gear? Oh my god, out of nowhere, we just scaled the damage like a few times. Holy shit, just in a matter of a few minutes. Okay. Finally. Yeah, this is average damage of everything per... Nice. So 243 times 2.37. This is 57591. Yeah. So I don't know if like the game rounds up or down or it doesn't. But yeah. So at this stage, it doesn't. Oh, it just keeps it that way. Okay. So at this stage, if we would deal damage, we would need 18. What's that? Mob bang bang 17.89. Yeah, so at this stage, we would need to deal basically 18 attacks to kill the mob. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh my god. You also need to separate the parts. Which one? I mean, I have all the numbers here. Or you mean that I have to 2.37 this average and this average and this average? Oh, because later we'll have like separate scalars like shock, ignite, freeze, and potential other stuff that will only be relevant to those specific elements, right? Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Okay. So 3 to 1. 135 P damage. But it's so interesting doing this like step by step, almost like being in the middle school. But I can see how it will illuminate the whole process and make me, you know, better understand like how everything works. Is this gonna be 19? 19, yeah, and then damage. Five, 2, 3. 5, 7. Oh yeah. Okay, so everything adds up together. Nice. Okay, cool, man. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Hey. Okay, so since the separate damage types are separated, then we look at support gems. So, okay, for now, let's assume we don't. Because like right now, there was just whatever. Because we can. Okay, at this stage, I mean, we can easily modify anything, right? Or... I mean, for the sake of something... So, what would increase these numbers the most? So, let's say, if we would have to scale this equipment, this gear, like this setup, the most value would come from scaling physical damage and then fire damage. Like, I wouldn't put cold damage scalers. I would focus on physical, if possible, and then, like, in terms of priority, this would scale the most, assuming per gem you get the same impact, like the percentage wise, right? So physical damage would scale the most because this is the highest value that we have. So yeah, physical damage is the highest value, so by default, you know, it would scale the most. So what is a brutality? More physical damage. Okay, so at this stage, you're basically looking per slot what thing will have the most impact, right? And you're trying to find the highest impact things per slot at this stage. Because, yeah, and for example, for stuff like elemental armament, I would have to consider the sum of these two, because it's all elemental. So I wouldn't have to look at them separately, but I would have to add them together and see if it's higher than physical damage, for example, and then consider if it's better to put elemental or brutality, for example, and then compare, like, as one of the options, right? Brutality is then a good option, and have, yes, but what did we discuss earlier before any calculation? Depends. We discussed attack speed, we discussed lightning damage, we discussed ginger, we discussed crit. Yeah, the skill scales well with attack speed and crit. Oh, you mean like the nature of this, the skill itself? You say the skill scales well with attack speed and crit. Skill speed or attack speed makes sense because you can easily cross the thresholds to getting in even one more additional attack. Like, it's basically the more attacks that you do, or the more instances of damage per second that you do, the more percentage will scale that thing and will, or wait, no, but is that relevant? Wait, I'm actually confused right now. What's the difference between scaling one attack per second by 25% increased attack speed and 10 attacks per second and then increasing? In theory, both of them end up being 25% more damage per second. Unless, like, some circumstances, right? It has a high base damage percentage. So the low value for crit range is good, and it does 3 hits for its attack. You have to bear that in mind. Wait, I'm trying to fully comprehend what your last message. It has a high base damage percentage multiplier. So you're referring to 237%, right? Like, it takes those flat values and it increases it by like a big percentage. I wouldn't know if it's big or not because, like, I don't understand, you know, how other skills function. So, like, I don't have like comparisons to make. But yeah, you're referring to this. That's a high implicit multiplier for a skill. Okay. And then it uses 85% of base attack speed. Okay, that makes sense. So, however fast the base, it's gonna make a skill is gonna. What? Okay, there's I can see there's like a multiple layers. Okay. So the low value for crit range is good. Is there a place where I can see how many hits per second the skill does?
Whirling assault.
Because, I mean, I can try and see, like, it's like... Is that, like, inherent knowledge by observing how the skill deals damage and then, you know, sort of remembering? Or can I see how many instances of damage it deals, like, somewhere? Maybe there's, like, a tooltip thingy or something. Attack time, I assume, is like how long one click of skill is gonna take. So I click once and it's gonna perform the full attack within that amount of time, 1.45. So this is like how long it takes to perform the full attack, right? But how do we know? Oh, you mean the full animation is 3 instances of damage? This one thing is like 3 instances of damage? Wait, how do you know this? Is there a way to tell like how many instances of damage it does? Like I'm looking at this right now, and I don't really see like anywhere. You just sort of have to know by like using the spell and seeing how often it procs the damage. Because I don't like, yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a place to check with for this specific thing. Mm. 70% sure. Wait, let's see if like 75%. I mean, I'm not really strong, right? Wait. Wait, can I? Bruh, how can I check this? Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's more like 4 maybe. Bruh. Yeah, I've had. But you saw there were like more, even more than 4. You saw it like the HP went down more times than 4, I think. Yeah, something like this, maybe 6 or something. Yeah, that would probably be like what I would. Bruh, if I could just like hold on one thing and just like have it, because like, is there a way to lock the thingy on one mob? Yo, Propog, what up? How's it going? Okay, is there a way for me to lock one mob's HP bar so that it would not like disappear once I move off of it? Because I'm trying to figure out like how can we tell? Advanced tooltip. Hello? Yeah, information, please. Yeah, is there a way to tell how many instances of damage it's gonna do? That's today's main hand. No, it doesn't have this, it looks like. Yeah, I don't see it here. Why is my minimap so big? Hello? Hello, sir? Wait, is there actually a way to turn on mob HP? No monsters. Oh yeah. Okay, if I yes. Nice. Okay, we can double check it again. Wait, I'll find some motherfucker. No. There's too many mobs and I'm not strong. Hello. Oh no, go away. Motherfucker. I don't mind dying. I'd rather not die and just wait. We're gonna work through it. Gonna clear. Okay, I'm not gonna kill him with one tap, right? Bruh, yeah, this shit like happens way too fast. I know what I can do. Whatever. Broskiriano. Pepperoni. Okay. Start recording. Yes. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Fuck off. Okay. Nice. Now. And okay, so this was basically full. Okay, yeah, we're figuring this out. Oh my god, we are basically Jeff Bezos of something. I'm gonna show you. Not show, but okay. Okay. So on. Oh, right. Am I even dealing damage? Ooh, look at that tongue, baby. Fuck. Yeah, 8 sounds about right because like I just did. Right, it's actually hard to check, even slow down. Like if I don't deal big enough chunks of damage per instance, it's like kind of hard to see even with like a mini bar. Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, there's like multiple instances. Spinaru. Spinaru. Yeah, the part that it's like increasing per every hit, like basically you increase damage for every instance because it didn't specify like only on the last strike you increase the damage by something. The whole damage calculation, the way that I understand is like those like percentages and everything, they are relevant to each instance of damage. So a total of total of wait, isn't that wrong? Isn't that actually wrong? Wait. No. I think you're wrong with this one. Like this. Wait. Okay, so look. Yeah, but you're not I don't know, maybe mathematically the result is the same. But okay. It's 575. Yeah, so this is one. Wait. So based on our calculations, is it 575 per one spin. Per one, I mean per one tick. Okay. So it's for one tick we deal this damage. I would say you increase one tick by this. You then know what damage you deal per one tick, and you multiply that thing by 8. I don't know if it, like, the result is different or not if you multiply this by 8, but maybe like yeah, but whatever. So yeah, basically deal this per tick, and we do it 8 times per 1.5 seconds basically. So in one cast we deal yeah. Okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so you basically added like what would be the total, what did it increase? But whatever. Yeah, basically yeah. Yeah, so per full hit from start to finish, we can deal the total amount of damage that is this, and we deal 8 instances. So it's basically, it's 1.56. We deal 1 instance of damage per almost 0.2 seconds. You see? You see what I'm saying? I mean, obviously that requires like perfectly being on top of the enemy, but that is the potential damage. And AoE thingy will help with the ease of actually making sure that the enemy is going to be within the range. Yeah, total increase is relevant because that will only change with gem level and quality, whereas the damage number, AoE user AoE makes it easier to handle one mob, or it makes it possible to hit more mobs at once, because sometimes mobs are separated, you know, they're like not standing right next to each other. Yeah, but basically by increasing your AoE radius, you're increasing the amount of damage ticks you're gonna do on average. Yeah, more rollless basically. Yeah, that part makes sense. Okay, so say we have these numbers now. What is next? So, oh yeah, we were talking about the supports. I did not add anything yet. No armament, no physical damage support, no nothing. Like I didn't, you know, do anything with the supports yet. There was there like BR? What was the one that you told me first? That was brutality, right? So my guess was that brutality would give more damage than the elemental stuff, because the total number of flat damage from elemental sources is less than this, and on top of that, this is the higher percentage. Oh, but you see, supported skills deal no elemental damage. It will nullify the... Wait, I'm gonna make it regardless. I just want to check. So our damage in the tooltip should go down. Okay, 3151. Bruh, the always shifting damage because of the Chayula. Stop it, baby. Please. Yeah, but yeah, we lose a lot of damage. Yeah, we increase by 30% the physical, but like almost half of our damage is elemental. So by doing this, we gain what, 30% of this? It's like 100, almost 110 damage, but then we lose 245. So our gain is not even half as good as our loss. Yeah. It's yucky. Brutality is yucky here. It even damages us more than it gives us. Oh my god. Okay, that is really good to know. Holy shit. Like, bruh. That's so good. That's so good to know these kind of things. Holy. So, okay, your suggestion is armament, AoE, crit, and any extra damage you can put on. This one is gonna be bonus, because like Rakiata's is like... Why does it give damage increase in the tooltip? Oh no, it doesn't. That's right. It cannot. It's this thing. It's Chayula thingy.
Speak.
Okay.
Let's try something different.
This is so annoying for me.
Yes.
Wait, I can... Ah, fuck. Whatever. Okay. Sure. So... You said armament, right? But what if there is... Isn't there like a physical thing that's... You also mentioned hefty. Hefty. What is the difference between maximum physical hit damage? So it doesn't take value from the average, but it just takes this number and increases it, right? If I understand correctly. It doesn't like take this whole thing and scale both values, but only the upper one, because it's the maximum, right? Am I understanding correctly? Because if that's the case, then this would mean that heft actually don't increase damage by 30%. It increases by whatever the amount is. Yeah, it's not going to be like a 30% physical damage increase, because it only increases the upper part. It doesn't increase the total. You had a customer there. Ooh, so you're... Yeah, it's the top value. So like the average is not going to be increased by 30%. It's going to be like, I don't know however much. Okay, dude, that's really good to know. Also, I had no idea Now, like, things are making sense. Okay, so this, and I only scale only physical. Well, okay, I'm actually curious. I can do the calculation, or I can just... by 2. Oh yeah, you said... average gets higher. Yeah, but I meant like the increase is not like, it's not taking the total damage or like the average damage and increasing it, but it's increasing the top end, and as a result average increases. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't know how else to phrase it, but yeah, but I see what you mean in terms of like heft is being good for the purposes of like increasing max damage and then crit and attack. But the only, like, I understand in theory, but I don't understand why practically that would be good. So we'll get to that part. I'm really curious and like better understanding that part. But yeah, it hits so many times, you have more chances to roll the overcap top end roll. So that sentence, because it hits so many times, you have more chances to roll the overcap top end roll. So that particular sentence means that if I scale the damage to the point where one of those sticks can one-shot the mobs, that is pretty good, because there's a lot of ticks. Like, the goal is basically to be able to get that one tick of spin or one tick of damage, basically surpass enemies, like of the mob's HP, for quote-unquote insta-clear. And whether it means like I have to crit or something, and yeah, so, and since I do like eight ticks of damage, as long as one of them like lands on the upper end, boom, it's gonna destroy. But I don't know why this part is confusing for me. Why, like, I don't understand the reason of looking at that one tick of damage instead of like, like, I still have to cast the full spell. It's not like I can choose to like start ticking and once it kills the mob it immediately stops. Like, I'm still ticking, I'm still performing the full animation. So in theory, like, the way that I would think about it is, what matters is that within the spin that I would kill the mob, if that makes sense. I don't know. I really hope that this part makes sense, because my understanding would be, since I'm casting this, what matters for me is that within this second and a half, it's because you don't want to have to hit a mob 3 times. Oh, so for defensive purposes. So basically, this is somewhat associated with how safe you are. If you insta clear, you want your first kill to hit as often as possible. But that then effectively means that we have to raise our floor, or expected DPS per tick. We have to raise that to the level above of mob's HP. Because you can say like, oh, there's like, You want to raise the chance to basically 100% that the high roll happens. But what we call high roll is dealing 100% of mobs that like HP, right? 100% of mobs HP. So I mean, I get what you're saying. Essentially, we're trying to just, with first instance of damage, we're trying to delete it. So our goal is to scale all the variables to the point that we just one tap delete the mob with like the first instance of spin. The problem that I'm thinking of is that if we rely on crit, which is not 100%, let's assume, right? If we rely on crit, and let's say we don't have Garukan for now, if we rely on crit chance and crit, we're like, in theory, there's gonna be a bunch of moments where we don't kill on the first or second or third spin if we don't get our like you know, minimum, or like the lowest amount of damage is not going to be like above 100% of the mob's HP, right? As long as we rely on crit and the crit is not guaranteed to happen, you know, we basically rely on and that's what you optimize out of the build by scamming. You mean scaling, probably? Base crit higher, etc. Yeah. Because for, like, okay, my assumption is, in theory, if we'd assume that the only mob that we're killing is this one quill crab, right? If we're only killing the quill crab, we don't care about overkilling. We care about being able to deal 100% of the mob's damage, and that going above the 100% like is completely irrelevant. So we care about dealing 100%, and we care that it happens instantly. The only problem is that this game is not like that. This game is like, there's different types of mobs with different amounts of resistances, with different amounts of HP. So you're essentially like, we're talking in like perfect absolutes, but the game is not like that. The game is like, there's different circumstances and different everything, but we want to raise, like, on average, we are gonna one tap the mob more and more often. Like, for now, maybe I don't one tap a single mob, but then we scale the build to the point that every third, you know, mob is gonna be instantly one tapped, and then, you know, 2/3 of the mobs is gonna be like whatever. Yeah, overkill is important. Yeah, because we like, in theory, we should probably measure ourselves based on the highest HP mob. Or like, if we're talking about white packs, we should look at the white packs, you know, highest HP mob, or highest effective HP mob, that is, not just pure HP, because there's also resistances and shit like that. But yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay. So yeah, we're definitely trying to scale everything so that on average, like, we are increasing the amount of times and how often we're doing, and yeah, and we're essentially doing this via increasing crit, attack speed, damages, crit bonus, and so on. And the ceiling being higher is essential to scale because of the flat value has lower. Yeah, I see what you mean here. The one thing that I'm thinking about right now is, here's where, from my perspective, where I see the problem. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. This part makes sense. Here's where I see the problem. Let's say if you make a build such that if you roll, let's say there's 40 different numbers from 1 to 40, right? Or like 41 numbers, well, however many, right? If you roll 40, you one tap. But then 39, 38, 37, falls short of that, right? Wait. No, okay, maybe I retract my point, because you kind of mentioned that overkill is important and you're trying to push the boundary of the overkill, right? So the higher, the more room that you have for overkill, in theory, should probably also mean... Nah, okay, what I'm thinking about is probably like completely irrelevant. Because in any case, we are trying to ensure that we do those one taps. And we can do, yeah, those one tabs by basically scaling through various vectors. Okay, yeah. I think my thought process was irrelevant because I was basically about to go in circles, even though we've already like covered that point. I guess the point is now to make a build that adds damage. From 4K to 4.4. So it increases total damage by like 10%. One support gem gives around 10% of damage increase, at least based on the tooltip. Am I tripping? No, it's a little bit more. Yeah. So you were suggesting previously, wait, can I see the chat, I wonder? That would be actually really, really helpful. Yeah, I think I should be able to. Where you said like AoE, armament, AoE, crit, and any extra damage you can put on it. Is there a reason why you mentioned 4 different things, like armament, then AoE, then crit, and then take any extra damage support? Is there a reason why you didn't tell me to put like 4 crit in, like four supports that increase crit damage, for example? If we'd assume that they exist. Is there a reason why you mentioned like 4 separate different things? Increased damage should be treated as a bonus extra. Any nodes that give more damage. Damage is extra, the best damage though. Okay. Magnified area. This one increases, right? It may sometimes be more optimized to just use one thing on support gems, but support gems are the most influential thing for skills. So you want to pick vector, I'll put those on it. Okay, so in terms of buckets or the vectors that scale our damage, yeah, now that makes sense. Increase the AoE, increase the how many times you deal like you deal those sticks of damage per same amount of time. So like, you know, per one cast, or rather that you do one cast faster or you do more spins per cast, like whichever the result is of increasing the attack speed. Yeah, so increasing that. But yeah, increasing AoE, increasing attack speed, increasing critical hit chance and critical damage bonus when the crit chance happens, right? And then increasing flat damages and increasing those values with like increased, with gain more, gain as. Yeah, I just have no understanding of which ones give like more, you know, more bonus. So for example, at which point should I go for like 120% increased physical damage, for example, or 60% increased elemental damage on a staff versus grant 30% as chaos damage, for example, or like as lightning damage, you know? Like, is there a good way to calculate it, or, you know, because it's a sequence, right? And those like more damage or grant damage as or gain damage as, like those happen at the very end. So this, if I remember correctly, which means that everything until then already has to be in place so that the last bucket, like those you know, more damage or that kind of stuff, like the initial section, the initial values, the whole sequence before then has to be good enough for that percentage to multiply enough so that it would result into more damage than, let's say, having a mod of like, oh, increase physical damage by 120%. Yeah, but I guess that just comes by just plugging numbers into path of building or something to see, like, in this particular setup. So for example, I can plug in my exact build and then replace this with gain percentage as, and see in this scenario which one would give. Because, like, you know, I cannot, I'm not like a mathematician, I cannot do quick calculations, and I don't have a feel for the damage, what this setup, you know, amounts to basically in terms of damage. So the best would probably be to use path of building and just plug in a bunch of numbers and then replace one, you know, with the other and see like which one is better, right? Because there's no really good way to just tell which one is better. Yeah. So probably you use like path of building, right, for these kinds of things. Like, it's good that we're going through it like step by step manually so that I freaking understand what is going on. But essentially, when you want to like actually make the builds and like see how they scale and everything, you essentially do that like with the help of the program, because like otherwise it would take just like way too much time. Yeah. Crit chance is way more important than damage. Attack speed equals crit chance. AoE hit chance. I don't necessarily understand why crit chance is way more important than damage. Like, to me, this statement in itself, I completely have like zero understanding, you know, or reference points as to, you know, why would it better, or at which point which values becomes better or worse. The best thing to look for on rings, flat. On gloves, attack speed. On staff, flat damage or flat crit. Because the best scaling vector is flat damage. Basically, without the flat damage... Wait, okay, so let's say, let's assume that I've done a bunch of like test builds, a bunch of calculations, a bunch of POBs, and let's assume that I know from experience that flat damage is best, or like the reason why it's best, right? My understanding is that if you don't have good flat damage, the rest of the equation does not scale well. Only when you have high flat damage, then the rest of the multiplications and everything, only then will it give the most amount of bang for your buck. Because they're like multiplying. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. So, okay, so flat damage is the best scaler, right? You need to have that flat damage, whatever. Then, why is crit chance more important than damage? Because that's double damage is base. But okay. That is the result. Yeah, that is true. But it's also like a multiplier down the line, right? So there's like, once again, you look at one, for example, mod where you could potentially... Crit chance is better than crit damage. That part intuitively to me makes more sense than crit damage, or crit chance is better than damage. Because crit chance and crit damage is like, okay, if you can get, or I guess no. It always depends on what kind of values you can get from a singular mod and how much already of that you have, you know, from other sources, and also what that mod competes with, right? Oh, you meant crit chance is better than crit damage. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay. I see what you mean now. But yeah, so the whole point, I guess I'll just need to sit and POB for a little bit and just make like many different builds of like just like from the items and gems. Like choose a skill, choose a bunch of items, and go through like Act 1 stage of the game, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, see like what are the, you know, what can you make potentially at Act 1 that's reasonable? What on Act 2, what on Act 3, what on Act 4, see what potential mod values that I can get that you can reasonably expect to have, and see like what swapping one mod with the other mod does to the final output, right? And what, yeah, my previous point that what I was trying to say is, for example, in rings there's really no competition for a fighter that uses flat damage like this because the fighter uses attacks, right? It's these are gonna be the number one mods that you always look for someone like monk that uses attacks, because you increase this and then the rest of the damage equation is gonna scale way better because of that. And there's like no competition. You could say like, oh, but there's like fire damage, but that percentage, like 30%, is never gonna amount to more damage than having this tier 1 mod. There's like, they don't compete. Like this never competes with this, or like with this, or with this. So like the highest damage output you can achieve from ring, these ones. The problem is, or okay, where my understanding is lacking is like, so for example, I used to play a ranger bows. With bows, then it's like you can have percentage damage, you can have flat damage of elements, you can have damage with attacks, yada yada yada. Then it's like, I guess the context is important, is like what kind of spells you're using, right? And even then, so say I use physical, but again, I don't know. No, look, right here, it's not intuitive for me. I would immediately raise the question is like, flat is always better if you're using attacks. Okay, but there are builds that go for physical flat, for physical damage percentage, like tier 1 this, and then tier 1 this with obliterator bow, and then third one they either go hybrid or something. They just go all in on the physical. They still use attacks if I'm not mistaken. They're not like mage spellcasters. So at least I saw Fubgun make the I think Fubgun or like Spicy Sushi make this mirror tier bow with these mods instead of going for triple flat. Why was that the case? Like, what could have decided that this is actually better to go fizz here, fizz, like fizz flat, fizz percentage, and fizz hybrid? Yeah, but you see, like that's precisely the point. You say like flat is always better if you're using attacks. The way that I understand that sentence is that, oh, you have a bow and it has 3 different flat options, so you always pick 3 flat options. And you like forget the rest, forget the rest of the mods. But now you're saying like diminishing returns is a thing. So it's not so like black and white, so to speak, right? Sometimes it might actually be better to do this. I'm misinterpreting. Increased on a bow equals more flat. I mean, it increases both flat, right? Values, meaning it increases the this part. It's affected by increased physical percentage. So it results as more flat. Okay. Oh, so I guess it also like depends on the bow's type. So let's say if it wouldn't be Obliterator bow, but it would be like Warmonger something, or even Gemini bow, then maybe you wouldn't go for like physical increase percentage, because the base physic like the bow's base flat physical damage, then it's like not as high as, for example, like Obliterator bow. Yeah, I guess it's just like multifactorial in terms of like which skills you use. Do they scale of one type of damage? Yeah, that's probably precisely it. It also like depends on the build. So like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Um, wait, armament, AOE, crits, critical hits. Oh shit, there's a lot of stuff. What the hell? If I would do immobilize somehow, I saw other people use pin, but I will not be using pin with this build, right? Because this build is just not what it does. In theory, if you're doing a one tap, or you're aiming for one tap, ambush might be a thing to go for. I don't know when it's like the most effective, but at least theoretically, the way that it like sounds to me, it's like if you're looking to one tap, like from the first damage instance, ambush could be like a good support. But also it requires already existing critical hit chance to be quite high. Yeah, it's very good for clear, where you can insta kill mobs to go from 100 to 0 instantly. Yeah, but with bosses, yeah, you actually like you need some time to like kill the boss. Some people swap supports before doing the boss fight. Oh dude, another thing that I was wondering, making the weapon swaps. I basically never did this in the past. I usually played just with first weapon set, I guess you call it, or if that's what you call it. But I guess you can have like two different setups for like two different purposes. Like this setup is like, oh, I'm gonna clear, you know, like full map, and then set 2 for like the map boss or whatever, or I don't know, something like that maybe. That's like over metal. Okay, but I guess that, yeah, okay, makes sense, makes sense. But anyways, okay, so what other stuff that I can attack speed? So this is pretty good, right? This, like in theory, at least this is what we want to scale. Rapid attacks, right? I just don't know what the result is gonna be, like how strong it's gonna be. But in theory, we want to scale the rapid attacks. So it's one of those things. Okay. Yeah, I guess I do more spins. Wait, I want to see. Yeah, so attack time, so it reduces attack time. So it's basically you're dealing the same amount of instances per cast, but the cast time for one attack like it shrinks when you increase the attack speed. Okay, so that's how it. Oh, okay, that's cool. So let's see if we have Rakiatas, because we're gonna also have like a bunch of elemental damage. Okay, let's assume. We said that it's like eight ticks of damage, no? Not 6. But yeah. Anyways, let's assume that our build is aiming to be the one that uses a lot of elemental damage. So that we have like some sort of direction. Not just like what we scale right now, but maybe if we look to like swap 1 or 2 mods around, or like we have like easy upgrades, let's assume that we want to like scale more elemental. So wait, we have increased attack speed, we have area of effect, we have more elemental attack damage. Okay. And is there another thing that you would say is like very good? I want their critical hit chance. Trigger coursing, no. Support skills cannot break armor. More critical. Have a cooldown of 8 seconds. With Monk, that could be a thing, right? Like generating charges. What do you think about pinpoint critical? Like a little bit reducing how much critical damage increases, but having a significant increase for critical hit chance. Do you think for this type of build it's like a way better trade-off? Because so far I'm not finding any other ones that it looks like they could work. Second. Okay, so these are like, oh, I see. I mean, super critical is probably really good if you can, if you're using Garokans. Because, or maybe not. I don't freaking know. It sounds like it could probably be good. Mm-hmm. Uh, uh. Da, da, da. Okay. So, Marley, I think I'm gonna settle on this. Before. But then also, if we go for more critical hit chance, the base that we're using, we want it to have like a very high crit chance, base crit chance, you know. So then it would Wait, let me check. Oh, and, 10%. Minister. This is probably not a bad implicit. Okay, so there's definitely a bunch of stuff to like consider. So we don't want this. We don't want this. A bit interesting. Bolting quarters. Oh, it by default has this. That's like a very high base. Okay, dude, I think I'm figuring it out like slowly. Pesky customer, no worries, man. So, look, I had a little bit of a debate with myself. I was thinking about the last, thingy before the Rekiatas, and I settled on pinpoint critical so that it gives 60% more critical hit chance. It reduces like critical damage bonus, but it increases like, critical hit chance significantly. And my first idea was I have to make sure that the base crit chance is as high as it can be. Like, it may not be the highest base, but for this percentage to have as much of an impact for these 60%, it has to be based on a base that has good value. So for example, if I would use the base that has like, wait, 0%, right? So then that support would not work. So I have to make sure that I use the highest value. But then I looked at the various staffs, and yeah, I looked at various staffs, and it's like, oh, okay, like, so most of them just have like 10% base crit chance. And I'm like, okay, so then I think I'm gonna settle on this because there was an option for 12%. But crescent. Isn't crescent like lower level staff? Yeah, crescent is like. Oh, you meant sinister? Oh yeah. So yeah, that is true. This is 12%, but you know what I also noticed? We care also about like the flat values and that kind of stuff. And I've noticed that this one has shit tons of flat base, considering. Because this has like an okay-ish physical, but it also has lightning from 1 to 100. Obviously, I don't know the math, whether like 12% critical hit chance turns into more damage or more of a flat base. But I was looking at this with like a higher flat base. Because the total flat damage from this staff is like quite high when compared to like the rest of the staffs. Yeah, that was like I obviously don't know. I would have to like put everything into pop and then compare. But my suspicion was that this can potentially result in more damage. But I have no understanding of like how much 2% of critical hit chance on the base makes, you know, the difference. Um yeah, so bolting. Boom. So now you said something about the passive trees, right? Critical hit chance. Is there a specific wording of how it's written when it gives not increased percent but like flat? It's probably gonna be like the bigger nodes, right? Far east. East is to the right. Okay. You mean like lower, or is it like higher or lower? Oh, you mean like east from the center, as in not from where I was looking, not from this point of view, but like from the ascendancy, right? %1. Dude, that just feels so troll. I mean, I obviously have no idea what that means. Like how much of an impact it has, but that just, it's like, I understand its base, but it's like, even if you increase that by 100%, 1% becomes 2%. It's like, dude. Mm. If base crit chance is 10%, then increasing critical hit chance by 100%, it means that you're critting every 5 damage instances, or every 5 hits, I guess. So 11 when it goes from 11 to 22, well then you get plus 3% from somewhere else, and your base is 15. Yeah, but where do you get that plus 3%? Where do you get like? Cause look, there is like 1% here, right? Where else can you get that? Like the flat crit chance, or rather, 2 critical hit chance. Because gloves are. This is percentage, right? It's not 2. Or is it 2? No, it's damage bonus. What? Invoker. Oh yeah, we're gonna play martial artist. So I'm like on purpose ignoring this because this is not the ascendancy that we're gonna play. We're gonna play martial artist. So this is just like a placeholder.
What's new?
Oh wait. Am I poggers? Ah, it's percentage. Right. I mean, my goal is to build a whirling assault. Whirling assault with martial artist. Because that just looks like a pretty cool spell to use. Or, again, pretty cool skill to use. Or some bollocks. Are you from UK, perchance? Ah. Okay. Yeah, the bollocks was the giveaway. Or at least I'm not familiar with other backgrounds saying bollocks. Everything is just critical damage bonus or increased critical chance. See? There are no runes that even give. So there's really not many ways how to increase the base crit chance. Yeah, but it doesn't have, that's the point. I just typed critical here and it doesn't show a single purple rune. Maybe it was a thing like in the previous league or something. But yeah, it doesn't appear right now. There is no like flat crit chance here. Okay, but okay. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm learning. Dude, I like this shit. But yeah. Too critical. Wait. Mm-hmm. Do critical damage bonus. Do critical hit chance of Herald skills. People add 100% crit chance. Right, yeah. I mean, if you can scale the damage high enough, then it's crazy. So that you know that then you like double or triple it because of the crit. Is martial artist build jewel hungry, or rather is monk, generally speaking, is it jewel hungry, or a lot of the times it's more about these, like, you know, passive nodes instead of like jewel sockets? Obviously with the voices it's gonna be a different story. The more voices, you know, with 4 slots mod that you can acquire, the more you'll probably want to like reshape your tree and, you know, like get more jewel sockets. But before that point, maybe, you know, like if monks are usually focusing on that or not. Oh, by the way, oh, it's just accuracy. Okay. You like all classes are jewel hungry? Hmm. What are the currently strong ones? Adorned? Is that the one that like basically everyone wants to have as many of as possible? If it's like a high value, I mean, high roll. Wait, is that adorned or is that something different? I don't remember because like I didn't have like much interactions with the jewels except for following the build. A jewel socket passive skills containing corrupted magic jewels. Can you imagine? Imagine getting this like 150% roll and then corrupting, because that's the only way that you're getting an additional thingy. You know? That is crazy. Haha. Dude. I wonder if anyone actually buys for that many, but, but yeah. That is crazy. 149. Dude, what the fuck? There is, oh my god, the kinds of builds that you can make. Holy shit, there's so much investment to like completely min-max your build. What the fuck? That is actually crazy. There's also like Heart of the Well, I think. But I don't remember if like Heart of the Well can give like critical stuff. You. Oh shit, but dude, I actually feel like nope, I improved. How can you find unique jewels? Well, there are some things you only need to do if you want to one-hit the Arbiter. That like really troll thing. I mean, adorn. Wait, what is it? But it's a jewel, right? So how do you find it on this page? Or is it like of a different category? Bruh, there are megalomaniacs. There are undying hate. This is like these seeds, like, oh my god. How the fuck do you even know like what can come out of something? Prism of belief. Bro, like what the fuck? Bro, I really want to be able to make like stacks upon no, but that's like troll prices. No way that someone's paying that, right? Yeah, 69 for sure. Yeah, everyone. But you're. How do you even check something? So like, cast on. No, comets. Yeah, comet feels like it's reasonable. +3. Yeah, +3 and comet, because comet is used in those like blood mage, like cast and crit comet builds. This I can see being like really valuable. Oh, you can't even check the mods. Or can you? Oh, okay. Yeah, 2 thorns critical. That is insane, actually. I have the loudest music blasting out of from my neighbors at the shop. Nice, nice. Dude, oh my god. What is this? What is this? The worst part is with some of these jewels, like for example Undying Hate, you can't even be sure if like the market that you're checking with your seed is like appropriately priced, because what if you got the one that doesn't really exist in terms of like being sold on the market? Maybe it exists somewhere, but like, you know, like nobody is currently selling it on the market. And like, you know, you never know. Do many builds need it? Do like none of the builds need it? Like, you know, and only with like very deep and good understanding of like many different builds will you be able to like appropriate the, you know, value of like items like this. Like, what the hell is this, man? Against the darkness. Random jewel mods. Oh, it's the one that gives you the radius, right? And within that radius, like against the darkness. I'm alive. Notables. Yeah, small passives, notables. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, these are actually pretty good. I think like some of the mods of these like are actually like really, really nice, right? So like gain some resistances if your build is like, you know, hungry for other mods and you'd rather like have it whatever. But this part is probably insanely valuable. This, and if you need additional defenses is this one. Notable to maximum res and as extra light as extra damage of something. Or I guess yeah, some builds can make use of like, you know, attributes and spirit depending on the build. But I can definitely see a bunch of builds wanting of damage. My low life. Oh, I mean nowadays it's not even half the mirror, right? So it's not that crazy. It's like really good, don't get me wrong, but it's wait, but also radius. Can the radius be like medium or whatever? Or these can only be small? Radius small. Yeah, it doesn't have like a different radius, right? Wait, what? Uh, uh. You know what else has a smaller radius? The girth of my penis. No, but if you meant like something different, um, feel free to let me know. Or you were about to drop your mama joke. Yeah, but this is insane. Bruh, the amount of... you know? Dude, the amount of stuff that you can, like, modify and change. And all of this is just some fucking pixels. It's nothing. It's meaningless. It's useless. It's just like some figment of imagination, some pixel arrangements and representations on the monitor. That's all. That's all that is. And we're just like looking at and moving a bunch of pixels around until we die. There are billions of combinations, my guy. True. And that is crazy. Who are you and what do you... That's... Damn, that's a little bit deep, no? I am a 17-year-old Caucasian prostitute. No, I'm... What? I'm... The fuck? No, I'm soon to be monk. Martial artist. Far away. I feel overloaded. Sexually, even. No, I'm not, actually. I'm not. Because there ain't no point looking at everything that exists. Just think of stats that you would benefit from and look specifically for them. Yeah. Agreed. I'm just like looking at all of this, you know, just sort of like a distraction moment. I'm like, right now I'm like, my brain is not thinking straight. What the fuck did I do? Can I dissociate? No. Can I distract myself? Yay! Yeah, dude, I genuinely like it's weird or not weird, but it feels like my brain is right now, and I need like a few hours or a little bit of time to like make to like let everything settle down in my head and sort of like let those 5 neurons that I still have, let them like make those, you know, 7 connections or however many they're capable of doing. Making. Go do some press ups? Bruh, you know, for workouts, I lift my house. Mm-hmm. I'm otherwise known as... Okay, I'm not gonna say. Get the deck, stimulate the blood flow, get some blood to your brain. Get some ice in your veins, or you're gonna go insane. Motherfucker, you don't wanna train, I wanna gain. Wait. Bro, I was gonna think of another rhyme, like, I won again. Won again, but like in a... You know how some people don't say again? They say again. I don't know if it's like a legit pronunciation or not. Or they're just a little bit in their head, but some people say again. So like there's like a wordplay. Bro, no, what the fuck? My brain is fried right now. Should I just like... Got some hardcore pain. Lost my save in vain. Lost my save in vain. Ah, shit. Wait. I might be able to find something. Sorry. What the fuck? Bruh, I have like... Waka waka waka. Yes, sir. Bruh, I have like a small rap written down. And now that I read, like, it just like feels weird looking at it. I don't even know if it can sound good. Like, basically it goes some... Wait, how... Maybe we'll fuck it. Let's give it a try. I'm the show, let me step in. Y'all are for show anorexic. Lacking the swag, stop pretending. The exit is in the direction of forensics. Close this scene, I'm not messing around. Count the blessings, I'm intercepting. Signal is lessening, maybe that's why y'all don't get the messages. Message is this, say what I want cause my rhetoric says. Magicians want, blessed to forget. Not at your level, I'm better than this. Baby, I am on your fantasy list. Yet when you talk, it's just slander and shit. What? You taking a piss? Hit you so good you will enter abyss. That is silly. it it just doesn't feel like it sounds well. But there's at least like a couple of rhymes. Bruh. I do that shit, drops Mike, yes sir. Once I had a dream, I wanna chase it. Planning my routine, the piece has started shaping. Sense of freedom. No, wait. Planning my routine, the piece has started shaping. Sense of freedom, self-esteem beneath the heart is racing. Cutting through the disbelief, my future's gonna be. No, but bruh, the syllables are like, what the fuck? No, there was definitely. There's. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Let's stop. You know what I love? No. No, I don't. What do you love, Mr. Marley? Syllabalism is deep in this rhythm. Syllabalism is deep in this rhythm. Syllabalism. Syllabalism. I don't even know how to. You love Borgars? What is Borgars? What the fuck is Borgars? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I remember. Wait. Dude, I used to listen to so much rap. I used to also like record songs, like rap songs. Says she don't love me, but still I be hitting burgers. Oh, okay. You love burgers? I see what you mean right now. Your brain cells have finally come through. Nice. I just write a really stupid haiku. I don't even know what haiku is. I think I've heard that word. But it's like unrhymed Japanese poetry. Well, that was not Japanese. Or at least not that I can spot any Japanese. No. A haiku is a traditional form of short, unrhymed Japanese poetry that captures a specific moment in nature or a fleeting emotion. True to its philosophical meaning, it relies on simplicity, vivid imagery, and conciseness to evoke a deeper sense of reflection. Oh, I guess the structure, it has like a little bit of a structure thing to it. Oh, okay. In English, there's another section. In English, a haiku is classically defined by its structured line and syllable count. On English structure, you know what? Fuck that. Or no. Okay, I don't have any hate against any specific type of poetry. I'm not a hateful person. And also my phone just died. Well, fuck you too. I guess. Oh, dude, it feels like a good day's work. You can hate Brits. To be honest, I genuinely, and I mean this not because of like the awareness, oh the racism, oh like politically correct, like whatever. Like I genuinely don't have hate against a single group of people. in terms of like how we usually, you know, classify people, I guess, or like what's the word? Segregate, not segregate, but basically, you know, differentiate different groups of people, like, you know, like the religion, ethnicity, country, that kind of stuff. I generally like don't care. Just like I just don't care. I don't know. And I honestly find it weird or strange. Weird, maybe that's a little bit of a wrong way to express how I think, but I I find it strange when people dislike other people. Like when they have a prejudice. Oh, you belong to this group, so fuck you. And it's not based on like merits of like their behavior or like, you know, their thought, what they're expressing, what their thoughts are. It's like, oh, you look, I don't know, you have the skin color, or like, oh, you're from this country, it automatically means this. It's like, what? Yeah, it's down to individual behavior. Like I understand human beings want to have like this sort of like filter where they don't have to risk and they can automatically filter out potentially threatening people to their whatever it is that they're trying to like save themselves from. But god damn it, man. For example, there's this, since I'm from Lithuania, right? Things or rather phenomenon of hating Russian people is a thing and is like relatively big thing in Lithuania because, well, Ukraine, you like, you know, it's very close to us, war, yada yada yada. So like, I don't know, I have like a bunch of friends or someone, well, when we like play video games, for example, like, you know, MOBAs or like 5v5 FPS games, and let's say my friend can ask like, oh, where are y'all from, guys? And somebody says Russia, and he immediately like attacks that person or like says something, not maybe not directly to them but like to me. Oh, like you fucking Russian, oh, whatever. And I'm like, we don't even know that person. It's like, why do we associate, you know, every single person that quote unquote, like, yeah, that basically belongs to a group, when the group of people that we dislike, what's the right way to put it, we dislike a certain group of people because of their behaviors and because of their impact on other human beings on the planet or whatever, right? In our eyes, they do damage. They're toxic to the environment, to other human beings, to animals, to whatever. We dislike those human beings because we don't promote that kind of behavior. We're against that type of, you know, impact or influence. So just because those kind of people have certain qualities to them that other people can have too, that doesn't mean that those other people are the same. You know who I have prejudice against? Mobile players. Okay, this dude, go all in, go all in. Hate everyone, be toxic to everyone. Just tell everyone to eat their own shit and die. Like, dude, that is completely understandable, you know. But when the group consists of millions of people, you can't dislike them all. Yeah, that's precisely the point. That's exactly it. It's like, I don't know, there's like a situation, I guess, in Israel and Palestine, right? I personally am not really well versed in terms of like politics and different countries and the cultures and the, you know, whatever situations, social, whatever. Only MOBA plays Deadlock. I literally played Deadlock for the last like few weeks every single day with my friend. Yeah, but you definitely started to notice. Here's one for you. Um, but yeah, so what I was thinking is like, there's a situation, there's a war situation, you know, there's conflicts going on, like people killing people and that kind of stuff. There's definitely happening there's something happening, and there's something happening on a grander scale. But that doesn't mean that every single person from that culture on that group is exactly the same. And my experience or my knowledge of the world and human beings shows that there's no one big group that literally every single person belonging to that group based on some quality is exactly the same behavior wise. It's just not, I don't know, based. Fuck you and fuck you. Really? Fuck you, fuck you. I just remembered the video of a guy filming his kid like a few years old and telling that kid that they're not gonna get any presents from Christmas because Santa Claus thinks that or says that he's on the naughty list. I'm on the naughty list. I'm gonna punch his beard off. Yeah, I like that. I like that video. And how kids can be silly sometimes. Anyways, dude, I feel like I'm tripping at this point, and I should probably just like take a break. I saw the Santa got shot down over Israel. I have no idea what that is, but I don't even know if I want to see it, to be honest. But yeah, I think I'm actually gonna probably take a break and either come back later today or just tomorrow. Cause like right now, I definitely like I feel like I've tried and I just want to take a break, like to relax, to do something, to just like chill, to like let the brain reset, so that it's like, you know, because otherwise it's gonna be GG. It's like right now I don't think I can focus well. It's just a meme of him getting caught in the iron dome. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. But yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna be taking a break. I don't know if it's just gonna be for a few hours or until tomorrow. But after I come back, I think I'm gonna continue with making a build. And I'm actually gonna start like trying to play around with POB. I legit have not built a single time POB. I don't even know how POB works. All I've done with POB is like import other builds and just follow the builds. I never like have messed with it. I don't even know why I'm not able to click anything right now. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, so basically I'll have to look into it. And yeah, we're gonna make a build and probably like either next stream or the stream after the next one, I'm gonna start practicing doing speed runs, or rather running the acts faster, because whatever I'm gonna do is not gonna be considered the speed run because I don't know how to do it. I'm not a good, like, you know, campaign skipper, so to speak. So yeah, we're gonna practice a little bit of that, but first we'll have to flesh out some sort of build, try to come up with our own build that looks pretty good, test it out on this character, you know, with like okay-ish gear. I don't have unlimited funds, but with whatever funds I have, definitely we can purchase a bunch of stuff. So yeah, definitely get like a decent build, see how it scales, mess around with POB a little bit, test that build in a few scenarios, like a couple of skills. Also, we only built Whirling Assault. I know the Whirling Assault somehow,
Whirling Assault
listen,
deals a lot of small hits and can be redirected as you move. It's very effective when combined with skills that trigger off.
that trigger. I have no idea how we can trigger, because when I look at this, I don't see anything that mentions triggering or anything. But apparently, something can be triggered. And I'll have to figure out that mechanic. Because I've definitely seen other people just like spin, 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 and then everything is shooting in every single direction. How the charge quarterstaff some shit? Yeah, you mean Korean some shit, or what was that? Mouth breathers, what the fuck? I just look at the chat for 1 second. Mouth breathers. But yeah, so I know the charge tab thingy, like right here, right? But how can you trigger? Wait, or you mean charge? Wait, charge. I know that other people. Wait, there is this. Okay, this spell, I think. Yeah, so you see how. But this is too big. I've seen like people spin around and skills that look like the gust of wind like this, but just like but just like the on the smaller scale is like narrower. Those type of projectiles are shooting out when a person is like spinning. So I don't know, like the problem is I, for example, have no idea how like you can trigger a bunch of stuff. Like, what does it require? How these mechanics work? Because like just by looking at this, it says nothing about like triggering other skills. So it looks like those other skills themselves either have to have something, you know, related to triggering, or support gems or something else that you slot into that skill, and then that support, you know, says like, oh, you cannot cast this, but when this condition occurs, this skill is triggered. Like, I don't know the mechanism, but there's definitely has to be something else going on, because it doesn't look like this skill itself is triggering anything like on its own by itself. Like there is no mechanic anywhere. But yeah, call me the Beyblade. Okay, I'm gonna be the fidget spinner build.
I need mana.
Yeah, so but definitely we'll have to figure out this skill, then tempest bells, I think, because we're gonna have bells from like martial artists, or you know, multiple bells and stuff like that. Then we'll have something akin to like having multiple illusions, or like multiple instances of multiple casts of the same skill. So we'll have to figure that out, and then just fill the rest of it with like whatever skills that we can. Maybe charging, maybe some buffs like Herald of Thunder,
Shocking.
something else. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna go now. By the way, I really appreciate the company, dude. It was such a pleasure, like talking with you and discussing all this stuff. And I really appreciate the fact that you took your time sharing the stuff that you know and taking me through like a bunch of steps and teaching me a bunch of stuff. That was actually really enlightening and really, really useful. Like, obviously, I will not know everything right now, but now the stuff that I knew from before makes way more sense. And now I have a little bit of a broader understanding of like how things work and what I might want to look into and all these things, basically. Thank you as well. I'll be around. Hey, cheers. So yeah, definitely we can link up later. No worries, especially on the, you know, when the league starts, we can do a little bit of a grind and just everyone, you know, just do this and basically outperform, take control of the market, start selling. I don't know if this link still works. It might be like, I don't know if it's like a timeless link or not. Oh, is it a timeless link? Call me Jewel. Oh, yeah, so I sent you a friend request. You'll for sure do that. All right, so I'm gonna go now. Have a good rest of the day. See y'all tomorrow, and bam, bam, bam. Doing a private league. Maybe later. I don't know, but we'll see. Okay, why am I even saying anything about it? It's you and your homie. Right, whatever. Yeah, my brain is not braining anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna hop off now. Talk to y'all later. Later, skater. Most likely. Might be even a day later. Just like in a few hours. But if not, then it's gonna be tomorrow. Alright? Till then, peace out and fuck all of you, honestly. Fuck off. A bunch of human chinchillas or whatever. Like, just go and not crack. Whatever, man. Fuck off.